Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Critical Critique. We're back again. We're having a grand old time. Me and Ellie, we're best friends again, right?
Yeah.
We had big debates last week, big arguments, big heats, but now we're chill, right? We're all chill.
Yeah.
We're all calmed down.
Although he won't
right?
buy Helldivers. So we can't.
I've been considering it. I've been considering it quite heavily. I've been saving up a bit of money. You know, it might happen in the future.
Although, if we were monetized, we could buy Helldivers and switch for Nretsew.
Yeah, if we were monetized, maybe we could.
With 5 cents each month or so. I don't know.
5 cents each month. We could get there in like 20 years. You know, we could get there. So. Yeah, we're gonna do a chill gaming stream today.
Yeah.
It's kind of a long video though, so we'll see how we go with that.
We might speed it up a little bit, like a quarter.
We might speed it up if it starts getting a bit boring. But I saw this video because this guy, because I follow a lot of Tarkov and a lot of tactical shooter type content, and this guy shows up quite a lot, and he seems to do some pretty good stuff in that regard, right? He seems to be, you know, quite good. But this one, you know, this typical, the gaming industry is collapsing, Ellie. It's collapsing. Oh no,
you know
just like all the others.
The thing is, right? I'm not necessarily disagreeing that the video game industry is collapsing, but it's more of the the reasons why. It's kind of
and it's all the doom speak. All of the 50 million videos on YouTube about how the games are dead. We killed them, right? We killed the video games.
So to spoil a little bit of my thoughts in general on hype videos, right? They often say, "Oh, the hype or gaming is dead," because I'm not excited anymore. But it's
the hyper Pacific thing that I want isn't happening, so that means the entire industry is dead, right? That typically tends to be how these go, right?
Yeah.
Now I only watched like a few minutes of this, so I don't know if that's where he's gonna go with it. I just got like a bit into it, and he started talking about hype, which is something that we haven't actually had before, because most of the times people talk about this, they're like, oh, the microtransactions, oh, the Blizzard, oh, the AAA, it's all bad, right? So this is kind of a different idea, right? It's something new in the argument, right? So I figured, hey, let's give this guy a shot, right? Let's see what he's got to say. You know, it could be interesting. So let's switch on over. Switch on over to the video. So yeah, this is the industry is collapsing by a guy called, I think his name's Roly, something like that.
Don't ask me.
Yeah, I'm hovering over his little avatar on Watch Together, and it tells me what his channel name is. It's like Roly. But yeah, no, he seems like a chill guy. He does some pretty good content in the tactical shooter space, but he's this video popped in my recommended, and I was like, oh yeah, could be a fun time. So I guess before we get started, I don't think Samu is here or not, but
no.
I will give him. Maybe I won't give it to him because apparently he's not subscribed. According to Ellie, he's not a script. So maybe he doesn't get his conditioning this week. Nah. I need to have my drink, so there we go. Got to have my drink. Signifies the start of the stream proper. Oh yeah, these bloody Rockstar Zavances are fucking good. I actually quite like them. But anyhow, let's just jump right on into it.
There's a problem with this industry, and there's these 3 words: in 5 seconds. 3 words obfuscated by static that forever forged themselves into my psyche. Visions of chaos peeking through malfunctioning digital obscurity, anticipation builds. Something was coming. Those 3
words. Live service games?
Something deeply important, new, powerful. Yeah, okay, it's just the Battlefield 3 teaser. But it's representative of something more.
So,
this smells
do you have
like
any history?
I am a big AAA first-person shooters, and I don't like them as much anymore. That smell, that mainstream smell.
You've got that musk. You've
Yeah.
detected that musk. So he's kind of talking about, you know, a trailer dropping, I guess, that, you know, it kind of got you hyped, right? It got you going, got your blood pumping, right? So when was the last time that happened for you?
The review of Unicorn Overlord, Vanilleware's next project. Before that, say the new Zelda trailers. This is mostly Nintendo because that's the console thing. They do the big trailers, right? Vanillaware, Zelda, a trailer for Metroid Prime, although it was only the number 4. Yeah, that kind of deal.
I vaguely recall when we were watching the Game Awards, I got pretty hyped for Enfield.
Yeah, you got
pretty
hyped for
hyped.
Enfield.
I got pretty hyped for Arcanite's Enfield, so I guess that would count because I wasn't expecting that to actually be shown at the Game Awards, so I was kind of happy about that.
I thought Pragmata looked cool, I believe, when it first came out. You know, the
So we're just establishing that, you know, we have experience with the hype, right? We get hype. We have you know, big fun hype. So you know, we have a relation with this fella here. You know, we've gotten hype about video games. So let's see where he goes.
3 words. They still, 12 years later, light something up in me. Deep in my chest, that build from tension, anticipation. It's something that I, and I think many others, haven't quite ever come down from. There's a problem with this industry. But not just with the industry itself, but the way that we've come to digest, interpret, and respond to media. And I think that things are already changing. Emblematic of a shift not only surrounding interactive entertainment, but all entertainment. Of our society. And the way that we understand the art...
Yeah, I knew that was going to trigger you. I knew that was coming.
That's you're stretching, mate. You're kind of stretching things, mate.
Big society, yeah. He's hyping up his own video right now.
This is going to say a lot about society.
Yeah, we live in a society, bottom text. But anyway, let's keep going.
Which reflects it.
I will give him credit. He's got some flashy editing. I'll give him that.
Yeah,
right? He's got some. He's got some pretty flashy editing. It's pretty good.
It's flashy editing, but it doesn't jive with me. I suppose it's very modern military shooter, and I'm not into the modern military shooter.
Well,
so.
I mean, you don't have to. I mean, I'm just like talking about it from a video editing perspective, not necessarily like a style perspective, right? Like, because that's, you know, whatever his style. He has his own style. That's fine. But like, he's definitely put a lot of work into the video, is what I'm saying. Like, it's not just like the last one we covered where the guy was playing some like zombie game or whatever.
Weird,
just like that was
game, yeah.
He's just talking over game footage. This guy seems to be at least a little. He's like a step up above that a little. he's actually edited his video.
Well, all right. So to be fair to the guy, this is well edited. All right. It's well edited. It has production values. It has fancy text and all that stuff, but it's not for me. I think it's kind of cringe, kind of too edgy, we're so cool, we're American military shooter. Look at this angled and weird placed text on the screen with big pixels.
It's meant to be like a TV, right? Like it's fisheye TV, right? Like a CRT with like zoomed in, right?
Yeah, or
so you have, like,
a CRTV computer screen.
Yeah. Well, anyway, let's keep going because he's about to, he's done his little intro. This is
bye. A video. Bye.
Bye. Ooh, fancy text on the screen. Look at that.
Modern
chromatic
gaming. It's a term characterized by a bitter aftertaste. Look those words up on Google in a YouTube search and you're likely to come away with a sentiment of distaste. Modern gaming isn't the same anymore. The issue with modern gaming sucks. Things along those lines. Maybe you connected with this sentiment because it touches that feeling that you've had in the back of your mind for years. Not that gaming is bad, but that you just aren't getting that feeling anymore. But what changed?
You're just not getting that same buzz, Ellie. You're just not getting that. You
No.
got to take a stronger hit, right? You got to take a stronger hit. You're not getting that buzz.
You know, maybe you should just play Helldivers.
Maybe we should. Yeah.
Is the gaming industry really that different? Are games worse? Or is that really even where the problem lies?
All right.
That feeling of true hype. When
Hype.
Ooh.
Here we go.
Finally.
It begins. Yeah. So yeah, let's see what he says.
was the last time that you felt it? Unbridled, relenting, that excitement for something to come without hesitation, without fear, without uncertainty, that feeling of, God damn, I cannot wait for this game to come out.
Well, we already kind of answered
Yeah,
that question.
Unicorn Overlords, that's not even that old.
Yeah, you already talked about that. Yeah, and I'm kind of hyped for Enfield. I'm more hyped probably for GFL 2 than I am Enfield, but you know GFL 2 hasn't fucking dropped English wise yet. So,
Well,
but yeah,
if we're talking about hype, right? It is kind of the Switch 2, because I have no doubts it's better than the Switch, and the Switch is a very good console. So if it's just
right.
Switch but better, then I'll just buy one day one. No question asked. Is that not hype?
Yeah,
and I'm reading all the leaks on the specs, and the specs are there's equivalent to the PlayStation 4 or better, maybe even a little bit approaching the PlayStation 5. A Nintendo console with the power of kind of of a PlayStation 3.75.
And a lot of Switch games already, run and look okay.
Yeah,
the
and
Switch,
if they,
right?
if they could just, make it higher res and 60 FPS, Nintendo has a good art style. Every game they'll make will look fantastic. So, goodbye Xbox with your super fancy glazed blades of grass. I don't care. Then the Mario game was better.
Seeing someone was tweeting about I think it was PlayStation, so not Microsoft, but it was Nathan Drake, right? It was one of the Nathan Drake games or whatever, and like the guy shot at like a ridge, like he shot a bullet into like a ridge, and it caused like a little landslide of like because like the bullet would have moved the stones, and then the stones all kind of fell down the thing, and it's all simulated gravel and stuff. And like, I'm sitting here like, okay, so you programmed this one section of this one hill of this one part to have a little landslide when you shoot it. Great. That's great. Congratulations. Now, how does the game play? right?
Yeah. But if
it reminds me, you want a classic example of this? I remember watching, I think it was for Call of Duty Ghosts. It was the E3 presentation, I think. It was either the E3 presentation or it was like COD did their own presentation for Ghosts, right? And they had like the section where you're like underwater, and they were making a massive deal out of the fish AI, the fish physics and the fish AI.
I remember.
Like you swim. The guy was like, you swim towards the fish and they swim away.
I remember some Call of Duty Ghosts 2 or something where they were talking about the dog, and the dog was super.
The dog,
motion captured dog,
the dog or something. Yeah. So it's like. Yeah, it's like, oh, fuck, man. Like, and that's the kind of shit. That's the kind of shit that's like not hype-inducing. I'm sorry, I don't get hype for fucking horseball physics and Red Dead Redemption.
All right, so if just take Zelda Breath of the Wild, make it 4K, 60 FPS, and it will be better playing.
Yeah, you don't even have to like change the graphics in that. Like it already looks good. As I've seen Breath of the Wild and I've seen Tears of the Kingdom, right? They look good, right? They look like good. It looks because it's stylized, right? It's got that style going. You don't have to like make it more realistic or add blades of grass or whatever. It looks fine as it is. Just upscale it, right? Just upscale it and maybe have it run better, and boom, there you go. Problem solved.
So going back to hype then, right? that
Yeah,
makes
yeah,
me
yeah.
very hype for the Switch 2. This is my excitement. I'm very excited by the Switch 2. Can you tell?
Yeah.
So this is the unbridled hype he speaks of. I have that in this modern day industry, gaming industry. It exists, my guy.
So
Maybe
let's see where he's going with it, right? Let's see, because we've established, right? We are both familiar with the hype, right? We've felt it,
we
we've
feel
heard it,
hype.
right? We feel hyped. Now I'm hyped to see where he's where he's gonna go with his videos. Let's see.
The point I want to make here is, while people are still excited about games, there's this shift that has taken place. The word hype no longer represents a shared joy, a jubilation over a favorite collective interest. These days, the word hype is often associated with another: disappointment.
My dude,
That
just wait
sentiment
until
of the
Switch 2
problem with
comes
modern-
out or something.
Well, yeah, well, I can kind of get where he's coming from here, though, because on the one hand, like, because Fallout 4 was that game for me, right? Because I was very hype about Fallout 4, right, at the time, because I really liked Bethesda, Skyrim, right? I was big into Skyrim. I really liked Skyrim at the time, and this was obviously when I was a lot younger, right? I don't even know how old I was at the time, but I think it was like after, it was after high. It was probably after I went to Polytech as well. But basically, yeah, the I was very hyped for Fallout 4, right? And I got Fallout 4. I actually got it midnight release with the Pip-Boy thing. Still got it actually on one of my shelves. And then I got it, and it ran like absolute fucking dog shit. Ran like absolute dog shit on my hardware, like unbridled dog shit, right? Probably more so because of my CPU and my RAM than my GPU, because I'm still rocking that 1080 Ti, boy. I'm still rocking that 1080 Ti, still kicking. But it's, yeah, so that was a bit of a disappointment for me, right? And since that day, since that one disappointment, right, I have always tried my best to kind of curb the hype, right? Like, still get excited for things, but kind of always in the back of my mind have that sort of, yeah, don't get carried away, right? Don't get too sucked in to the hype, right? It's very dangerous to let yourself get overtaken by the hype.
No, I
So
have.
I
I
don't know if
have
you've
a.
ever.
I
I
had
don't
a
know if you. I don't know if you've ever had that experience. But
I
I've
suppose
definitely
I
had
had
that
a
experience.
gentle curve, right?
Gentle
In my
curve, yeah.
youth, I was super excited about the new Wii U games or something, and when the game wasn't good, it was alright. Game is not good. Let's doesn't matter.
Yeah, shit happens. Yeah.
Shit happens. I've never really, in that sense, invested that much into a game. I've never been super duper hype to the point where a game not being good hurts my feelings in that sense. Or even on something, not necessarily that the Fallout 4 hurt your feelings and you had a little
No.
cry.
It was more kind of. It was less hurt feelings and more kind of like, I don't know how to describe it. Right? It's like the disappointment is kind of like, man, I probably shouldn't have spent so much money on. Maybe I shouldn't have like gone blindly into it, right? And just got the
Well, I
collector's edition and
suppose if
went to
there's
them.
one game, it would be. I saw a ping on Discord.
Oh.
It would be kind of Fire Emblem Fates. And
Yeah, that would probably be another one. Yeah.
and it was like, damn. I kind of liked Awakening, but I very much liked every single fire. I basically liked every single Fire Emblem game. The GameCube ones is in particular, the Game Boy Advance ones very much. So when Awakening came out, oh cool, Fire Emblem. But I lost interest somewhere halfway through. And then Fates, I kind of lost interest on chapter 2. So
Right.
that was a big disappointment. But that didn't hurt. That didn't hurt my excitement for when Free Houses suddenly came
Showed
by.
up. Yeah, yeah.
So
I don't know.
I've not been
I don't know. I
betrayed.
think
That's
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
the
No, I
thing.
get I get where you're coming from. I guess for me it was more kind of like it was like a lesson learnt, right? It was kind of like, hey, it's okay to get hype about things, but just don't get too carried away, right? Don't there's no need to, waste too much money on it. But
No, I've
let's see
been
what our guy
disappointed.
here is gonna like.
Yeah, I've been
I'll let you finish
disappointed.
and then we'll
Yeah,
continue.
I've been disappointed by games. Fates in being the example right now, but I've never been. Um, it never impacted me.
Super,
It
yeah, it
never
never
really
impacted
impacted
you,
me.
right? Well, let's because he's going to talk about Cyberpunk, I guess. So we'll see what he has to say about it.
Gaming. This is tied directly into this death of true hype over games. Many of us out there feel like we've been burned too many times. That every time we let ourselves get excited, our excitement allows us to be taken advantage of. We've become really, really critical, not just as individual gamers, as a society of gamers, a society where gaming is the most lucrative subset of entertainment media, period. And I think, and I'm not the only one thinking this, a bubble is about to burst. A bubble that's been forming
pause a
since
second.
sometime around.
I have a maybe something an explanation for this.
Oh yeah.
Because we are the first generation really with big games, right? In the big industry games. So in a sense, we are part of the older generation that now can speak about our experiences for the past how many years of games being hype and disappointment and expectations and not them being met. So
yeah,
in that sense, this is kind of a wave, and we are at the we are the vanguard of this new wave. So maybe everybody who can really talk about games kind of moves in the same direction, right? We kind of have a shared experience of the big games and them being good or not. This might stabilize in the future. In 30 years, there have been 2 other waves of generations of people who grew up with games. So all this talk about games being now bad and there's no hype, well, I see will probably, stabilize, be normalized.
I think what's probably going to happen is, I mean, I've talked about the idea of an industry crash before, right? The idea that I think that we're going to start to see a move away from these high budget AAA games that are just like hemorrhaging fucking money.
Yeah,
right?
but
like just like these big budget like giga, and it's actually interesting that I have a sneaking suspicion the same thing is happening in movies. I don't remember where I heard it. I think it was on like a podcast or something. Someone was talking about how Marvel put out a thing recently where they said that they're only going to do safe bets now, or they're going to be playing it safe now because they've had so many movies come out recently that have just flopped, or well, flopped in the sense of like they haven't like
made a
grossed
$5 billion in day
yeah,
one.
instead they cost like 5 billion and they only made 6 billion, right? Like they didn't make
50.
massive returns. Yeah, they didn't make 50, right? So there's this idea that supposedly they're going like Disney, right? Because Disney owns Marvel and Star Wars and whatnot.
Yeah.
There's this idea that supposedly they're starting to kind of cut back a bit, and they might only be going for things that are safe bets, right? Like we'll do, I don't know, Captain America, or I don't know, Tony Stark comes back or something, right? Like that kind of stuff where it's like that's a safe thing that they can do. So in the same vein with gaming, right? I have a sneaking suspicion that it's going to reach a similar point where the industry just can't sustain itself anymore because infinite growth is a myth, right? Infinite growth is a myth. At some point, it's going to reach critical mass and they can't Like, you cannot make game, like, you can't, the budgets cannot just keep getting higher and higher. Eventually there's gonna have to be some cutoff point where they have to go, right, maybe we should do these like lower end AAA type games. Because if we look at like the last like year, right, Helldivers 2, you've talked about that a couple of times now, right? That's what, you know, that is funded by Sony, right? Sony is funding Helldivers, right? But it is a lower budget AAA release. It's not a, like, not AAA, but AA, right?
Yeah.
Let's say AA. Because it is getting big funding, but it's not a massive, like, big release that they didn't spend millions and millions and gazillions of dollars on it, right? Lethal Company is just a small little indie game that a bunch of guys made because they thought it was the kind of game they wanted to make, and they just kind of made it, right? And that sold shitloads and is really successful and done really well, right? So I think we're going to see a shift into this more kind of pseudo indie space, right? Where we might start to see these more releases where, hey, they might be getting some big funding from like Microsoft or Sony or whatever, but they're actually more in this kind of lower end of budget.
I personally see something more, maybe something more of a, you know, the Japanese way of doing things. Oh, big game is popular, we're going to take it. Not necessarily take it, but we're going to, that studio, put it on our thing, quick, right?
Well, Microsoft and Sony have been doing that for years.
Yeah, but a little bit more quickly with, oh, Lethal Company is big, put it on Xbox now. Put it on PlayStation now. So, you know, the Shosetsu model, maybe.
Well, I think that what was it, Power World? Because Microsoft was talking about how Power World was a big deal for them.
Yeah.
Because it's on the Game Pass, and it apparently was like a massive increase in people on the Game Pass because people wanted to play it, right? So, I mean, Power World's another example actually of this like kind of pseudo indie AA type thing where it's like, I mean, it's not polished, right? But it's still massively popular despite the jank, right? So I think that's kind of where I think we're moving away from this, to kind of get back to the video, right? I think we're moving away from this era of big, massive Battlefield 4, Battlefield 3, Call of Duty, whatever, you know, and we're gonna start to see this sort of shift into like smaller titles. I think.
But if you remember,
hey, 5-0's in the chat. How you doing, man?
Hey, 5-0 is subscribed as far as I can tell, so we can't hide him on
that. Good on you, 5-0. You're not going to get bullied today. You don't get bullied today.
We're going to bully everybody who's not subscribed today.
Yeah, because we were going to talk about it later, but apparently we're actually really close to hitting our viewer retention.
No, we're on track, right?
We're on track. We're on track to get viewer retention, but we need more subscribers.
Yeah.
So we're going to start bullying you guys to subscribe more. Okay? We're going to have to start bullying you. So anyway, let's get back to the video.
What I want to say, right, is that
I'll let you finish your point.
Yeah, so my point of 5-0 wasn't here for it. My point of we are the first generation of gamers, and everything we say is now the dominant conversation, and what we say about what gaming is will eventually be the minority, because next generations will have their own things to say about how the gaming industry is. That is separate really from if big budget games are being made or not, because right now we are really the only voices speaking.
Right.
So the next generations will have other things to say about the gaming industry, but right now we are really the only ones.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see what this man's voice has to say.
In 2011, since I first heard those 3 words. But were the old days really as good as we remember? Do we really have the right to be as critical, as hesitant, and distrusting as we are? To attempt to answer that, let's look at what was going on back in 2011, at how things have changed, and if things were really as good for AAA FPS fans as we remember in comparison.
Oof. Only
But real
AAA
quick before that,
FPS fans? That's a
Well,
rather...
this guy's channel is mostly tactical shooter FPS.
Yeah, but
type
if
stuff, so-
he really alright, so if he really is
So he's
focusing
gonna be
on-
he's gonna be coming at it from that perspective because that's what his channel is mostly about, right? So
Yeah.
can't really blame him. Can't really blame him for that, really, because that's like what he does. It's his wheelhouse. I know it's not your wheelhouse, but that's just kind of
No, but to say that the gaming industry is collapsing because my favorite genre, or because RTSs aren't a thing really anymore. That's
Yeah.
kind of, you know, selfish, kind of.
All right. Well, let's keep going.
Speaking of disappointment, something that is not disappointing to me is the response to my videos recently. You guys have shown me such kindness, and I really, really appreciate all the new voices in the comments. You all killed it with my last
Hey,
call
wait,
to action.
Nretsew,
You
go back
dropped...
for a second.
Oh yeah. Hang on.
When the comments were on
You
screen.
guys have shown me such kindness, and I really,
You
really...
see the top comment in the first sentence?
Okay, I didn't realize I wasn't subscribed. Oh yeah, yeah. Didn't realize you wasn't subscribed.
Yeah,
Hey,
are other
hey.
people maybe in the same boat?
I wonder.
Big bullying today.
Because Jake, because you just showed up, Jake. We mentioned to 650 when he showed up, but supposedly we're on track to gain our viewer retention goal for monetization
in a year or so, though.
in like a year or something. But we need more subscribers, so we're going to be starting to bully people. If you enter the chat and Ali can see if you're subscribed or not. He knows. He has the eyes, right? He can see. And if we see, maybe I need to make that you know those Chinese memes with the panda and the face. Gonna make one of those memes where it's like, we will be checking if you are subscribed, and if you are not subscribed, you will be banned from the chat. We will check to see if you are subscribed.
Oh yeah, I'm going to put it on subscriber only mode.
But yeah, put it on subscriber only mode.
I don't know. Can I? I don't see how right now.
I don't know. No. We'll watch it. We'll look at it later. You can go check even when the channel is. I think I think Jake's been around for a while, so it's not a big deal for him. But it's like, we can we're gonna have to start bullying people. So if we know that you're not subscribed in the chat, we will be calling you out. We will be bullying people. But anyway, so this guy, he's basically just semi-dick riding himself right now, which I mean it's all right.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna.
This is not too bad, right? Oh,
Things are going well for him. I'm not gonna knock him for that, right? I mean, we'd be doing the same. We'd be doing the same. Hey, that video did really well, or that clip did really well, right? Like,
my hating on terrible writing is still raking out the views. 5 a day or something. I don't know. It's
only bullying that'll happen here is being up 25. Fuck, mate. Have fun with that. Have fun with that. But anyway, let's power through this, right? Let's just power through. We're gonna
appreciate all the new voices in the comments. You all killed it with my last call to action. You dropped the not subscribed percentage down under 92%.
Damn! Look at that! Look at that!
Yeah,
that's
I'm
impressive.
not really a fan of showing this graph in videos. It's kind of, this is too.
Maybe it's like I have a feeling it's like a meta thing. Like it's apparent, and maybe it does actually help with getting more subscribers, and that's why people do it. Like, I have a sneaky suspicion that's why. Because maybe it's like a mental thing that causes... I don't know. I'm not a psychologist.
Well,
So anyway, just keep powering through.
We're doing the bullying because it's kind of fun to do, actually.
Yeah, we're just doing it for fun. Yeah, we're not... Yeah, don't take it too seriously. We're just being funny.
No,
right?
but this feels kind of pushy to me, right? In a slightly less fun way. Because I can say, ooh, we have a... let me just do these exact things.
Well, he's gonna go check real quick. He's gonna go look real quick.
So, alright, and then I have to throw it here.
Ooh.
Oh. Save as. Then
Oh,
I have
here
to
we go.
find the damn folder where it's saved in. You see,
Oh,
this
it's
is what
cooking.
happens when you do things unplanned.
Yeah. You've got to cook.
Where is it saved actually?
This is part why we only do the show once a week, because it takes so much fucking time to set shit up. Because we have to get all
Yeah.
the images for things.
Here.
All right, here we go. He's cooking.
Ta-da! This is our.
Oh, here we go. And it's in Dutch too. Brilliant.
Yeah. But you know what it says.
Yeah, we get the point. Yeah, so we guys, come on guys, these are shit numbers. We gotta work on
Yeah.
this. Come on. We gotta get that subscribe percentage up.
This is
Gotta get that.
subscribed. The subscribe percentage from 65 to 90. Come on, get higher.
Come on, guys. But anyway, let's let's power through. Come on,
Yeah.
we're supposed to be powering through to get through this video.
I'm not gonna lie, it does not actually bother me in the slightest that people who aren't subbed are watching. That's actually a really, really good sign. But if you have been enjoying the content and want to make sure that you don't miss out on more like it in the future, you all know this. You've heard every doofus YouTuber say it 1,000 times. You know what I'm asking. Anyway, with the cringe segment out of the way, back to the video.
Alright.
Let's really carry our minds back in time for a moment here to that peak era, in quotations. I'm sort of saying this arbitrarily because, let's be honest, everyone's peak is different. A wise man once said that the time something was at its peak was whenever you happened to find out about it. But there is something to be said.
Dorito Pope. Do you remember Dorito Pope?
I remember
good
Dorito
times.
Pope. And you know,
Good times. Good times.
I am kind of very critical of Jeff Keighley here, right? I don't. This is the Jeff Keighley hates minute.
Jeff Keighley hate.
Where his super fancy suited up game show awards is no different from what's on screen right now.
I also have to agree that I'm not the biggest fan of Jeff, because I hate the idea. This is going to get way off topic, but I want to be quick because we've got a lot of video to get through today. So it's kind of like want to make.
We're going pretty fast
quick,
thus far.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, Ellie's not wrong. Yeah, but Jeff, I hate this idea that the Game Awards is just the Oscars, right? Like, and that it's a big industry show for all the industry people, and the industry people vote, and the public vote doesn't do too much. There is a public vote, but it's not. It's just part of it, you know. And it's not, because I remember when it was like the Game Awards was a little bit goofy, you know, like there was the fun stuff would happen, you know. It was a little fun, a little goofy, little wacky, right? And over time, he's just kind of sanitized it more and more. Like, I remember do you remember when the guy came on stage? He was like, "Fuck the Oscar."
Yeah.
See, that was funny. That was great. You know, like that was good shit. But you can't have moments like that because Jeff wants the Game Awards to be super serial business, right? It's got to be super serial.
From what I know, from what I understand, the BAFTA Awards, right? Those are serious. Those are respected. Those are really the big ones. But Jeff Keighley's show is really kind of a big prop. It feels, right?
Yeah, like the other problem is the awards part of the Game Awards isn't really what most people like. Most people tune into the Game Awards now to get the new exclusives, right? Or the new drops of new games or the trailers, right? People aren't like, because we don't have E3 anymore and we don't really have the same presentations happening, right? From the companies to drop all the new games. So like the Game Awards is kind of starting to replace E3 in that respect, right? So I kind of don't like this idea that we have to sanitize gaming culture, I guess, right? Like, it's weird to kind of think of it like that. Like, gaming has a culture, right? Like, we as gamers have a culture. But I think we kind of do. And I feel like Jeff and the industry, like the industry people, in the devs and the big companies and whatnot, they want to have this like globalized, standardized, sanitized like culture for gaming, It's because they want to sell it to as many people as possible, so they have to appeal to the normies, right?
Yeah,
So
but in a sense, right, the Game Awards kind of feels like a pretend show propped up by big sponsors like Mountain Dew
yeah,
or the shaving
Doritos,
guy.
yeah.
It's the one
The
here.
shaving robot. I remember the robot.
It's
yeah.
all very, paper thin, right?
Yeah.
Well, the
yeah.
BAFTA Awards, I don't know, it's some like British arts something. And
Ugh.
the BAFTAs are a serious deal, from what I know. It's an actually old organization kinda, or
Yeah.
even if it isn't old, it's established. Well, the Game
Well,
Awards is kind
I
of
think.
weird.
Well, here's the thing, right? I don't like this idea that in order to be taken seriously, it has to be sanitized, right? Like, I don't think that I think you can be taken seriously, but also have fun, right? And I feel like the Game Awards is slowly becoming less fun, right? It's more, I want us to tap into the old days of E3, right? Because E3 used to be fun. It used to be, oh, we'd laugh at the funny, antics that got on stage, and there'd be funny quotes, and there'd be, you'd have the different guys come out, and we'd all have memes about them. I remember one year, what's his name, the Xbox guy, the guy that's in charge of Xbox now. I can't remember his name, but I know what he looks like.
You have
He would. I don't remember his name, but you know who I'm talking about, right? The guy who was on
maybe
like
I don't know, never remember.
he
the
was
name.
the guy. He was the guy that was talking about growth on the investor thingy madiggy that you probably watched.
Oh, I forgot the
guy.
name, right?
I forget his name too. But you Piggle too. Yeah, that fucking
Yeah.
fucking love that shit. That's what I'm talking about. I want fun shit like that to happen. But what I think it's not. I can't remember his name, but there was a meme about him because what would happen was every single time, like a game, so he would come out on stage, right, and he'd have a shirt on, and then he would go off the stage when like a trailer starts, and then he'd change his shirt every single time. So he'd have a different shirt on every time he came out on stage, and people picked up on that, and we kind of people started memeing about it. And then I think the next year he came out on stage with like a shirt that was like a meme based on the fact that he kept coming out with a new shirt. And it's like, that's cool. That's funny.
Yeah,
that's cool stuff.
I think that the gaming industry as a whole, killing off E3 was a very bad mistake, right? Because
I think it was too, yeah.
Yeah, there's a reason why all the bakers are together in one street, because otherwise you won't find any bakers. If the bakers were equally spread out.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to respond to Jake. Yeah, I want that organic cringe, right? Not that synthesized fake cringe. I want that organic cringe, that pure, home grass-fed grown cringe, right? You need that. You need that good shit.
Yeah, but to finish E3 for a second.
Yeah,
right?
We'll finish this point and then we'll continue. Yeah.
If you release a gaming news right now for a game that I am interested in, I won't see it. But if you do it at E3, I will. That's the benefit of E3, and it was too expensive for them. We could do our own stuff, and the people who are interested will see it anyway.
I feel like
they don't. People won't see the stuff they're interested in, because E3 was the thing that collected all of it together.
I feel like we could have kept like E3 in the sense that I wish all of the the industry should have just come together, right? Sure, the physical E3 was going to die, right? But they should have come in and said, right, we're going to still do all of our stuff at the same time, right?
But no, everybody wants their own whole week, so the E3 is like a 5-month period in that sense.
Yeah.
The Game Awards itself is desperately wants to be serious, and therefore it's not serious at all. It's neither, and it's kind of lame.
Yeah, here at Critical Critique, we only deal with organic cringe, none of that synthetic crap. Yeah. All right, let's get
about the 2007 to 2012 period that almost everyone I've talked to agrees was just great. We all remember it very, very
Oh
fondly.
yeah, remember. Wait,
The
1 second,
expertly
right?
crafted engine of
Oh yeah.
He's talking about the period of the 7th gen.
Yeah, pretty much.
What have you heard about 7th gen?
In what context?
Well, in general, if you're talking about 7th gen gaming.
What was that? That was like 360, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's like
He's talking about 360.
era. Yeah, like. Oh yeah, it was all fucking brown.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was
Dumb
all
brown
cover
and
shooters.
no
yeah.
Japanese games at all. Or it was all brown, all shooters.
See,
all
I have a sneaking feeling. When these guys talk about that, they're talking about the end of that era or the middle, right? Because the start of it was the brown. That was when we had the memes about the brown cover shooters, right? And then I think as we kind of went along, it started to get better. And then closer to the end of 7th gen, going into 8th gen, that's when things started to kind of, that meme
then
started
it tumbled
to die.
really again because Microsoft had their, Xbox Always Online, Nintendo had their Wii U, and PlayStation 4 had no games, so it was still...
yeah.
But 7th gen was also PlayStation 3, which had that awful architecture that meant no games were being played. The Wii U was there, good console, but couldn't keep up graphically. So, and everything on the Xbox was super cool and hardcore American. No gamer likes the bright colors. That's for kids. So
we have to. Again, it's this idea that we have to be taken seriously, right? Like we have to. Gaming must be taken seriously.
Yeah, and
big
from what I now myself kind of see, 7th gen was really that games had to be cool and mature and serious, and and the Wii was for kids. But now, we are now in 8th, 9th, I think, right?
Yeah, 8th, 9th, yeah.
9, whatever. Like current gen, we can be silly again. We can be unserious. We can have colors again. So that's good. Right. And therefore, he's saying that 7th gen was his period of a golden age. But
I have a sneaky suspicion that it's because of his perspective of
because he liked the grain brown, he liked the brown shooters, therefore it didn't affect him at all.
Right. Well, let's see what he says.
It was the birth of the military shooter, so it was
critical crunch. Critical crunch. All right. Yeah, so I'm reacting to Jake in the chat, but anyway, let's continue.
Hype that the marketing team for DICE built around Battlefield 3 cannot be understated. If you weren't a teenager or young adult in 2011 when this trailer came out, I cannot in words describe to you what this game's marketing did to the world at that time.
Really?
I hate to pause immediately after. I hate to pause immediately after we play, because we do have this is a very long video, but I never had this experience. I don't even remember seeing marketing for Battlefield 3 at all.
Maybe one trailer or so, but yeah.
I saw more market. I mean, because this was like I was still in high school.
The dinosaur trailer at a reveal? Because I vaguely remember.
Maybe. I remember because this was like around 2011, right? Because this was like around Skyrim, because Skyrim came out in 2011, and I was still in high school probably at the time, but I never really cared about Battlefield back then. I never really followed anything about. I saw stuff for Call of Duty. Call of Duty was what Call of Duty came out around the same time, Black Ops, was it? Was Black Ops or Black Ops 2?
But it kind of confirms. It kind of confirms to me that this was in from middle of 7th gen. So I'm going. I kind of.
Oh yeah, Black Ops 1 was 2010. Okay, all right, that gives me a reference. So it would have been Modern Warfare 3. I think Modern Warfare 2 was before Black Ops. I can't fucking remember.
I think, it, was, I think it was after 2, or though.
I can't remember. Yeah.
So
Home front Medal of Honor, yeah.
there was first World of War, which was a World War II shooter on the
Yeah.
Xbox. After that, really came the brown modern day military shooter. So it wasn't really just the start of the 7th Gen, was a grey brown.
Yeah. Well,
Separate-
Black Ops came out. Yeah,
Separate
Black Ops,
point. This bit really confirms for me that his perspective really is cool military shooters.
Cool military
And
cool,
7th
yeah,
Gen
yeah.
was military shooters all the way to the max, my
Yeah.
dudes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
of course, for him, 7th Gen was amazing because it had everything he ever wanted. Military shooters.
Well, let's keep going. Let's see what he says.
To set the stage here, the FPS genre was blowing up in a new way. Call of Duty
Like I
Modern
said.
Warfare 2 and Call of Duty Black Ops set records for the highest selling media item of all time, back-to-back, and gaming had officially begun to enter the mainstream in an unprecedented way. However, there was also a cultural shift in the visual tone of war media, which took place around this time too. An interest in the stark, the washed-out, shaky camera realism of films like District 9 or The Hurt Locker. Not realism in the sense of actually representing anything with an attention to detail or realism in any way, but in moving away from that visual shock and awe campaign fed to us from the 90s to 2000s, a shift away from the aesthetics of war media influenced by the Second World War or Vietnam. See, Western audiences, and I'm looking at that perspective specifically because that was absolutely the intended target audience of this specific media, their perspectives had finally begun to adapt to the new aesthetic interpretations of and reflections on the post-9/11 world that they had been experiencing for the last decade. But here was the problem. The video games of the time, which so often took their stylistic and genre influences from film, had fallen into cliché, but cliché of the wrong decades.
He's talking a lot of words, and I'm...
There's a lot of words, not saying a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm waiting for him to say brown shooters. I'm
Yeah.
waiting for him to say
say the brown shooter.
Brown
Say it.
brown cover shooters. Yeah, I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. I guess he's going to talk about geopolitics now, so let's see what he says.
Making games influenced by and visually responding to the wars of the Gulf, Iraq, and Afghanistan, but warped through this lens of war media from the 70s through 90s, media that itself was responding to a Western media ideal of the second
Yeah, say haze. Yeah. Say haze. All right, let's see what he says.
World War, Vietnam, Korea, and the Cold War. Games like Call of Duty were taking their filmic influence from Red Dawn, Full Metal Jacket, from Platoon, Saving Private Ryan, Deer Hunter, and Apocalypse Now, all the films the developers, Gen Xers in their 30s and 40s,
All
had grown
right,
up
so
with.
can you
And I
pause
guess
real
it was
quick? I'm going to say one thing. What this have to do with industry collapsing at all? What does what does the history of this movie have to do on the color palette of the game, has to do with the gaming industry collapsing?
Well, I mean, let's let him cook. Let him cook.
right around this time that audiences just knew that they wanted something a little different, even if they couldn't put their finger on what that was. This isn't, of course, to say that there was no one doing media differently. And I'm not saying that these mainstream titles weren't good games. They were great and formative in their own ways. But there's a reason that Battlefield 3 made such an impression. From that first teaser trailer, we knew this was what we'd been waiting for, and we didn't even realize it. That's history. This video is brought to you by War Thunder.
Hey!
The ad skip didn't work.
Of all of the things for him to get sponsored by, it's fucking War Thunder.
I'm not surprised though. I
love War Thunder. Listen, Ellie, I'm a War Thunder player. Please euthanize me.
I played with you once. I remember.
Did you play? No, I can't remember. Did you play War Thunder with me once? I can't remember.
Once. I flew a plane and you were a bomber or some kind, and I flew around in a plane.
I honestly don't fucking remember.
It's been
Maybe we
years.
should do that. Maybe we should do that for like a stream. We could do like get Elliot to watch.
I suppose there's not many co-op games we both
Okay.
have.
Listen. I can say confidently I haven't leaked any military secrets to the Wolf Thunder forums.
You sure? Because from what I hear, every player has some military secret.
Every player has some military secrets that they leak into War Thunder. Listen, they need to buff the Japanese phantoms. Okay, we need to find some leaks on the Japanese phantoms. But no. So I like War Thunder. So I just kind of listen. I got hyped because he started talking about War Thunder.
Because the ad skip didn't work.
Yeah, well, it comes up on my screen, but because I don't think you have the I could maybe get it to work, but I don't know.
Nah, let's just skip through
the
it.
definitive land, air, and sea breakdown of where that shell interested in the technology exclusive bonus pack to start their journey off.
Oh yeah, look,
premium
you get
account,
cool
premium
skins.
vehicles and unique skins, 100,000 sold raw, dangerous.
All right, here we go. So it's raw. We're going in raw. War Thunder is like Golden Kamui. Every player ID is a piece of military document. Yeah. So I find it weird because like I never played Battlefield 3, right? I never got hyped for Battlefield 3. I do actually now play a lot of Battlefield 4. I actually really like Battlefield 4. I play on that when I can because obviously there's not a lot of people playing on the servers these days, so I try to hop on whatever server doesn't kick me for hyping. So I do manage to get a few games of Battlefield 4 in because I do actually quite like it. I thought it was a good game. So, but I just don't. Man, he's hyping it up real hard, right? He's hyping up Battlefield 3 really hard, and I don't know why. I don't.
Oh, this was the Levolution one.
No, that was 4. No, 4 was the one where they had like the big skyscraper.
Oh no, I was just wondering what you are playing the Levolution Battlefield.
Yeah, I'm playing the one with that, and I mean that's cool and all, but I actually I just think the gameplay is pretty fun. It's not too hardcore, you know. You can just kind of jump in and just shoot some people and have a good time, you know. It's not too, you know, because you know. As much as I like something like Tarkov, I don't play Tarkov a lot because you've really got to be in the mood for that. You really got to be in the mood for that cock and ball torture, which is Tarkov, right? So kind of got to be on the ball with that. So anyway, yeah, we've got 20 minutes left, so let's continue.
Of war, one where the dividing lines were harder to read. The conflict was blurry, far from that sterilized Hollywood view we all knew at this point was bullshit. Now, of course, this depiction was bullshit too, but the point is that filmic influence not of the war films of the 80s and 90s, but more Jarhead, more Generation Kill. It pulled things out of the realm of games for nerdy kids in their basements. These trailers were striking to mainstream audiences.
I haven't seen a single minute of Battlefield 3 gameplay that I remember.
Yeah.
So
yeah, again, it's
hyping kind of falls flat.
Yeah, alright, let's keep going.
2 was popular amongst PC shooter fans, it was completely unknown to your average consumer. With Battlefield 3, DICE knew that they had something special. They took aim at the greats, and they fired. People outside the Battlefield fandom took notice, people outside the gaming world took notice. Once the hook was in, they took it further. This game was going to crush the competition in ways no one could hold a candle to. Sometimes something is just so innovative, the creator can just use how ahead of the time they are as their primary ammunition. And oh, did DICE ever. The jump in graphics technology on display in Battlefield 3 is actually still staggering. The "Is it real or is it Battlefield 3" campaign was a testament to this. This stuff might look a little dated now, but let me tell you, at the time, it blew people away. Games had looked good, but they had never looked this good. People didn't even think that was possible. Remember, this was 2011. The best-selling game the year before was Call of Duty Black Ops 1. And it wasn't just the visuals, the sound. The immersion.
Nretsew, I'm kind of bored.
I know. Let me see if I can help you with that. Let's just see what I can do here. If I do that, right? What happens when I do this? Let's see. Does this do it for you too?
The tone.
Yeah, I think
it was inarguably something new, and DICE.
Oh yeah, it's sound speed up.
It's everything at their disposal to get it in front of as many people
as
possible.
Here we go.
Mainstream audience using Jay-Z's 99 Problems in the launch trailer.
Oh yeah,
the war media audience with clear references to Jarhead and Generation Kill.
Not thinking military, dude.
See, he's just saying the same thing over and over.
Yeah.
Like he's made this point about like, oh, it's just like Generation Kill. It's just like Jarhead. It's just like da. He
It's
said
just
that like
the Vietnam
5
movies.
times. It's expired by the Like, he said this like 50 times, right? So yeah, he's just saying the same thing. Let's keep going.
See, bypassing the ambush is just what the ambushers expected us to do.
And almost most importantly, that new and incredibly key pop internet audience doing collaborations with the likes of Corridor and Freddie W. The point is,
It was always bad, these YouTube
because we remember
ads.
Battlefield 3
Yeah, it was always bad.
In
yeah.
as one of the greatest
everyone.
Yeah.
games of the last decade.
Tangent as we're going to speed up is it as
Yeah,
this is speed up anyway.
we're trying to blitz this.
I
when we've got,
remember
like,
one YouTube TV ad, YouTubers TV ad, and that's, I believe, Call of Duty Modern Warfare, when they had fancy drones and robots and whatnot.
Yeah.
Like 10 years, 20 years into the future, Call of Duty. And I only really realized it was YouTubers later on because there were not very actor-like. When I first saw the ad, I thought it was normal people in the ad.
They just pulled some people off the street.
Yeah,
and were like,
but
hey, we'll give you $50 to be in this ad.
But now I now kind of realize that while they have some brand-ish appeal, they kind of know what they're doing, but they're not actors. So now I realize, they were YouTubers. I didn't recognize a single one of them.
All right, let's continue.
It launched careers, it changed the landscape, and it did it all without alienation, without going too far in any direction. It was fun, it was goofy, it was over the top, it was immersive, shockingly real, and stunningly grounded all at once. And gamers have been yearning for something like it to return ever since.
Yeah, it's called Battlefield 4.
Yeah, Levolution.
Well, because I'll be real, like Battlefield 4 was pretty similar, like to Battlefield 3. Like I mean, like I said, I didn't play Battlefield 3, but I do like. I don't see much of a difference, right? Yeah, it's called Armor 3. Yeah. I heard Armor got like a big update recently, apparently, or some Armor thing.
It's called Titanfall or whatever.
It's called Titanfall. Titanfall, yeah. But anyways, keep going.
But all I mentioned just now, all of that was the marketing. Was the game actually that good?
Oh yeah.
How much time did he say?
In general, yes.
It really. Pause 1 second. How much marketing did he spend? How much time did he spend marketing to us?
So we're about 11 minutes 04 out of a 28-minute video.
So apparently, like, let's say the first couple minutes are intro and premise setting.
Yeah.
So let's say at least 5 minutes of pure marketing. And now he's going to tell us if the game is actually good.
And that's not counting however long the War Thunder sponsorship was, because I skipped through that. So but it was
a fantastic game, and it absolutely stands the test of time. You go back and play Battlefield 3 today, and it holds up surprisingly well, better in certain places than games coming out today. But at the time it came out, it wasn't without its glaring issues, and I think that many of us today fail to recognize the fundamental ways the gaming landscape has changed in the decades since those classics we all know and love so well, how it reacts to and how it criticizes media. The Battlefield 3 beta.
How it criticizes media.
That's
what?
not a part of that's not part of your video. That's something different.
I do remember. Oh, Samu! Samu is here. He's arrived.
Hey,
we get to bully Samu. Okay, fuck the video. Samu.
We have noticed something.
We've noticed something about you, right? We've noticed something, and you're going to have to rectify this problem right now. Okay. Waiting. Do you have any guesses as to what the problem is? It might have something to do with why you're late to the stream. It might have something to do with it. Hey, Ellie, right? Because maybe he didn't get notified about the stream.
Maybe there wasn't a bell going off.
Yeah. I wonder if there wasn't a bell that went off. That to tell him that there was a stream. Maybe we need to condition him harder to hit. He needs to hit a button now. You know, there's a button.
Maybe he would like
on YouTube.
it.
Yeah. Maybe he would. I'm waiting for him to respond in the chat because obviously he's delayed, right? I want to see what he says. because we're going to stop. You're not going to get your conditioning until the situation improves. You know? You need to be conditioned harder. Yeah. Do you know why you need to be conditioned harder? Right. I sound like I'm telling off like a 4-year-old. Right.
Yeah.
Do you know what you did? Do you know what you did, Samu?
What you didn't do.
What you didn't do? What you haven't done, Samu? Do you know? I'm waiting. The video will not continue until you answer. The whole stream is going to be derailed for this one bit. Hey! There you go.
See? All those YouTubers were right. We have to tell everybody to subscribe.
Yeah, we just... God, it's so easy. We just have to sit here and bully the chat. That's what we just bully them until they subscribe. Oh God, no, Ellie, I just realized we're no different. Do you remember that one Twitch streamer chick? He was like, I'm not going to continue streaming until you donate me $5.
Oh.
Oh no, yeah. Jake knows the one I'm talking about. You're going to donate $5 or I'm not going to continue the stream. I deserve to be paid. But nah, Sammy, we're just memeing around. It's because we mentioned this before, but we're on track to get viewer retention for monetization, but we need subscribers. We need more subscribers, okay? So we need to get everyone to subscribe. Everyone must subscribe now. It's very important.
We're on track kind of to get view count in like a year.
In like a year, yeah. In 1 year, we'll have enough view count to monetize, but we need the subscribers, okay? So we're going to start bullying people. If we realize that you're not subscribed, you will get bullied.
And if you've been here for a while.
Or if you've been here for a while, yeah.
Also,
yeah.
Back to the video.
Back to the video.
Why in the hell is he talking about critiquing media? There's not a thing in this video at all. There's no zero.
Yeah, I don't
media
really
critique.
recall. I don't really recall like Battlefield 3 or 4 like critiquing the media, right? Like how what does he mean by that, right?
It's kind of referencing other war movies. So
yeah, referencing stuff and having homages and stuff, but not like criticizing. But let's see what he's cooking. Let's see what he's cooking.
It was the public's first real taste of this thing that they had been getting teased. It was a fundamental moment for many. Would this game really be all it was cracked up to be? Would it live up to the hype?
Is there a middle option between the speed and normal speed?
I can go 1.25.
Yeah, let's do that because 1.5 is a little bit too much.
While the core gameplay was fun, cool, and immersive, the game certainly had its problems.
Yeah,
First off, Operation Metro, the first taste of what people got, was not what most Battlefield fans wanted. Overall, the dumbing down of destruction compared to Battlefield Bad Company 2, the focus on infantry boots on the ground combat over combined arms.
I have become a FOT. Yeah, I'm a FOT now. I'm gonna have to draw a female avatar. A VTuber, a female VTuber avatar. That's just a sexy, hot anime woman.
I had a VTuber model I stole.
You did, yeah. You did have a VTuber model once. Yeah.
Oh, that was the day of Kisuna Eye. That's an old one.
Yeah. I think
Hololive wasn't a thing then.
Yeah, but anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep blitzing through.
Vehicle gameplay. It was a step forward immersion and visuals-wise for sure, but a step backwards in actual gameplay innovation.
I must have missed this coming out. I love you guys. You guys are great in the chat. I love you guys. It's freaking good shit.
And functionality in quite a few ways, but
yeah, I'm already generous.
The shooting gameplay felt.
Yeah. I need to get on Ellie's level. I need to. Maybe we'll get more subscribers if I have anime tits on the screen.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll work on that. I have been getting better at my drawing. Actually, I've been doing a lot of practice. So, yeah, maybe one day I will draw up the things.
Good, and it looked and sounded, and it brought people to the franchise in a way that Bad Company or the previous titles never did. Once players got a taste of Caspian Border, even the good old school Battlefield vets knew that this was, at the very least, a great Battlefield title, even if it wasn't the most Battlefield title. By catering to that mainstream appeal, giving people what they wanted, but simplifying the gameplay to something digestible by even Call of Duty fans, and then grandly raising the bar in visual and audio design, essentially by shooting for mass appeal and not only what the core fans wanted, the game as a whole actually got better. Now, this is a great oversimplification of the development process, but essentially, gaming at this time wasn't what it is today. In the 2010s, AAA studios still needed to prove themselves.
I wonder if he was a fan of the previous Battlefields.
Probably was, yeah.
He doesn't really talk like one, though, right? Because he says it's simplified and went for the mainstream, and he never really brings up anything of the old games, like what was done differently.
Well, he did bring up like Bad Company being something that was, you know, beloved by
yeah, but
fans,
not like, you know,
so.
there was this one futuristic Battlefield 1, which was older.
Oh yeah, 40, what was it, 47, 42 or something?
Yeah,
Can't
but
remember, yeah.
he doesn't mention it at all, so...
And I remember that one was very well beloved. I remember that one, people really did like that one.
So, you know, assuming and context clues and just assuming... I get the feeling that he came in with Battlefield 3, or, you know, after Bad Company, but starting
to put
the
shit on. Sorry, no, you continue.
His first numbered Battlefield game was Battlefield 3. That kind of is the feeling I get from how he's talking about it.
Maybe. Well, let's continue.
As a viable media product, despite how well some games were selling. These big studios, they were expanding the industry, but doing so through innovation, by creating products that were so new, so good, you just couldn't ignore them. While the beta is remembered for its goofy bugginess, the core gameplay was so interesting and new that people couldn't get enough of it. I actually believe that how utterly broken the beta was acted as a fantastic word-of-mouth factor for the spread of the game beyond that point. And by the way, when I say buggy, I don't just mean some funny visual bugs. The game was utterly broken. Players would respawn after death and possess their dead bodies, killing players halfway across the map without knowing it. You could literally just walk through the geometry underground and kill players.
Well, okay, like, it's
I remember
beta,
this
right?
kinda. Oh no, this is the game launch he's talking about right now. This is game launch stuff.
I thought he was still talking about the beta.
Because I remember vaguely, right? It's been years.
Well, I know Battlefield 4, but like Battlefield 4 was really buggy at launch. That was one of the big criticisms of it at the time.
I think that Battlefield 3 was also very buggy on launch.
I don't know. I don't. Again, I probably wasn't following it close enough at the time.
Me neither.
So I don't remember.
Don't worry.
So, but I do. But like, if he's talking, like, let's assume he's talking about the beta for a second, right? If you're talking about a beta being buggy, that's like expected.
Yeah.
Right? You're playing a beta. The whole point of a beta is to find these kinds of problems and then to fix them later, right? Or at least it's meant to be. I mean, nowadays companies use a beta as like a fucking beta, like a demo.
Well,
yeah.
Battlefield 3 also used it as promotion, so it's not.
Yeah, they use it as promotion, as being just like a fucking demo, right? They don't fucking like use it for what it's meant to be. It's meant to be, hey, fine, you know, you're meant to be looking for these things, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But if he's not talking about the beta, right, then that changes things, right?
Can you go back 5 seconds because I think he.
Okay, well, let's. I don't want to because I want to get this video done. But anyways.
These big studios, they were expanding the industry, but doing so through innovation, by creating products that were so new, so good, you just couldn't ignore them. While the beta is remembered for its goofy...
Yeah, while the beta. So he's
yeah.
talking. So he's talking about the beta, right?
Yeah. Right now, but I think
no. So Samu, because you're like he's trying to make this point about hype being dead, and he's spending a shitload of time talking about Battlefield 3. So
again, neither of us have much
history with nor care about too much, right? So it's kind of like he was on track at the start of the video. He had a point, but now he's just kind of really gone off
like
on this
20
tangent.
Not 20 movies, that's too much. Mention like 6 movies on and how it inspired each the battlefields and games.
Yeah.
And not talking about industry or
I feel like he could have skipped a lot of this history. Because I don't think this really has a lot to do with, like, the hype, I guess. Like, okay, so the beta was buggy, but it was still hype because people were into it, right? I guess is the point. Let's see what he says.
Bugginess, the core gameplay was so interesting and new that people couldn't get enough of it. I actually believe that how utterly broken the beta was acted as a fantastic word-of-mouth factor for the spread of the game beyond that point. And by the way, when I say buggy, I don't just mean some funny visual bugs. The game was utterly broken. Players would respawn after death and possess their dead bodies, killing players.
Yeah, he's talking about the beta.
He's still
and he's
about
just saying,
the beta.
beta was buggy. like I can see what he's trying to say. He's trying to say like, oh, the beta was so buggy, and of course that was in the news that the beta was so buggy, so that spread the word of mouth about the game, right? Which makes sense. But yeah, nostalgia gigaboo. Yeah, Jake's got it right. He's having a nostalgia boner. He's having a man. Do you remember the beta? Remember the bugs? Do you remember? It's like the member berries from South Park, right? Do you remember?
Remember Skyrim, how good and amazing it was, and on every
remember
level.
Skyrim. Yeah,
although I didn't like
you remember Call of Duty. Yeah,
I didn't like Skyrim at all because you could do less than Morrowind, and that's will always be my measure.
But anyway, we're almost halfway. We're almost past halfway.
Halfway across the map without knowing it. You could literally just walk through the geometry underground and kill players from outside the map in many places. And yes, of course, the visual bugs. Oh, the visual bugs.
That is
but here's
funny.
the thing. Here's that fun.
See, that's what I mean. That's like meme shit right there.
Yeah.
That's like that, and that I can see what he's trying to say. I guess with like, yeah, okay, that will probably has spread the word of mouth about the game, but he's spending way too long on this point. Like he's spending way too fucking long on this.
Fundamental difference I see between the gaming world of today and way back in 2011. All I really remember from this time, the sentiment that I got, people found this fun. It was hilarious. Here was this game that was so innovative, so next generation, and yet it was just so goofy at the same time, so busted you really couldn't take it completely seriously. And that was fine, because Battlefield didn't expect you to take it completely seriously. It expected you to have fun. And
okay, I'm confused, right? Because like the whole first like 10 minutes, like the whole last like few minutes, he's been going on about how, oh, Battlefield 3 was super realistic and super cool.
There was an ad campaign that said, "Is this real or is this color?
Is this real or is this not?" You know, and oh, it's referencing all these movies and all this good. But now he's like, it was goofy and fun, right? Like, what do you mean? Like, okay, yeah, it can be two things at the same time, obviously, right?
Well,
but
you know, in setting and in stakes and in actual practice when you have digital fights.
But like, but my problem is like, what's the point, right? Where are you going with this? Like, yeah, it's super serious, but it's also it expected you to have fun, right? Like that's that.
But
yeah.
also, this is very separate from, say, the hype was that the game was super serious and the gameplay is kind of goofy. So what? This is not even related to how much hype you have for a game anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, but anyways,
people did. Battlefield 3 sales were fantastic. Over 5 million copies in the first week alone. The most recently released game in the series sold less, even including refunded sales and a 10-hour demo grace period taken into consideration, neither of which the Battlefield 3 metric does. And remember, this was 2011, in an industry that every year since has grown astronomically. The game was received extremely well. People absolutely loved it. The campaign was memorable enough for its set pieces and gorgeous graphics, even if...
Well, I mean, for the time.
That graph projected up until 2026. It's a projection thing. It's not, and what it even show?
It's not actual growth. Yeah, it's not actual growth. Yeah. All right, but anyway, I thought you said graphics, and I was like,
no,
oh,
graph.
Wait,
the
what?
graph.
Yeah, your graph. Yeah, no, all right, let's keep.
The story was rather linear, let's be honest. It was a masterpiece compared to some modern standards, but even the beloved multiplayer was rife with major issues. Server instability, the atrocious browser-based battle log system being the only way to launch the game.
This is what I remember. Bad online.
Yeah. Multiplayer matches completely broken, and I mean literally broken weapons and attachments. As overpowered as some tactics and as janky as some of the systems and as utterly busted as some of the functionality was, people honestly loved this stuff. People loved just playing the game, creatively having fun with their friends, and that ultimate community sandbox mentality around the game, that brought it the legacy that it still holds today.
This
multiplayer shooter games in this period, 2007 to 2012.
That one and the RPG one, because there's two of them. There's that one, and then I think in Battlefield 4, the guy did the RPG one where he jumped out and shot the RPG, and they referenced that in the 2040, whatever it is, the new one.
Yeah, there was
they referenced that in the trailer. And I remember when I think we were there when we watched that live, and I got like really hype about that because I was like, damn, that's fucking cool how they referenced it.
Yeah, like, hey, that's a fun moment.
I was like, hey! Yeah, I was like, yeah! But anyways.
or so were notoriously unbalanced. Battlefield was the rule, not the exception in that regard. But the overarching sentiment of the time was, have fun with what's there, use it to goof around with, hell, maybe even make a funny creative video or two. But people worked through the issues that were there, and doing so only knit that community together even more tightly. Before I get into it too deeply, I don't want it to come across as if I'm blaming people's residing sentiments around modern gaming on the consumer. I am not.
Okay, so are we actually going to get to a point
Jesus,
now?
actual point time.
Oh shit! Here we go. Right, let's let him go.
Not doing that by a long shot, but something has changed, and it's not all to do with the games themselves. Okay, so what is it? Well, something else launched the same year as Battlefield 3, in 2011. Something that would forever change the gaming space as we know it. Twitch.tv.
Oh, Twitch.
Okay.
The gaming world has exploded in ways we did and didn't expect in the little over a decade since Battlefield 3's release, and while this may be a bit of a stretch, I do think that the rise of content creation, but streaming especially, had a huge part in actually driving many of those changes, whether people realize it or not. Gaming content on the internet has existed as long as the internet itself, but how we know it now, individuals simply playing a game for others to watch, that really kicked off in 2007 to 2009 by people like Proton John and Slow Beef, pioneering the Let's Play genre.
Hey guys, Proton John here, and I've decided to try to piss myself off even more.
By the time 2011 rolled out, this had long evolved into a swath of gaming-related videos on YouTube, but the live streaming world had just kicked off, and as it did, the amount of video game content on the internet in general skyrocketed, and it has not slowed down since. More and more and more people were buying games, playing games, or even just getting interested in games. It might be hard to understand if you're younger, but in 2011, gaming wasn't everywhere yet. With the
Yeah, it's like, yeah, okay, stream it, yeah, okay, yeah, right, get on with it, right. Yeah, the old Twitch UI, yeah, man, classic web UI, man.
I don't even, I've never seen that Twitch.
Yeah, that's even older for us, because I didn't even fucking...
I believe I was on another site, or maybe it was in between that and the current Twitch.
Yeah. But anyhow, let's keep going.
rising connectivities due to social media, the discourse around games like Battlefield and Call of Duty were no longer relegated to comment threads in forums and chat rooms, or say in...
Yeah, because Twitch used to be Justin TV, and they changed it to Twitch.
I think I was on Justin TV and then not on Twitch for a while. Old memories.
Real life, between a group of friends. Review videos, TV segments, YouTube series, podcasts, Twitch streams, social media personalities, articles, magazines. It was right at this period that talking about games rather than just playing them really took off into the stratosphere, with every format amplifying the others. And when a negative sentiment arose, well, it's safe to say that if you've been on the internet long enough, you've seen what the amplification of negative sentiment can do to a product, a person, or an idea. And this reality...
Yeah, that was a good E3. That was a good fucking E3.
TV and sports. Was that the TV and sports thing? That was very bad.
I believe that was the Xbox One, where they were trying to market it as like a media center. Like they were trying to push it as... They were trying to push it as being like not just a gaming console, but like a one box to rule them all. Watch your movies, watch your TV, watch your Netflix, right?
Yeah, but the problem...
digital only, like he was talking about like digital, like it was very like, oh, we're going to go digital only and you won't have to use discs anymore and you can't share your games anymore. And Sony just kind of responded by absolutely fucking shitting on them.
I think that was a year later. I think this was the reveal.
Maybe? I don't recall.
There was something like the reveal... And then was E3 sometime later, when more details about the new Xbox
I just
were revealed.
remember that guy who was on stage, I believe they fired him after that. He either left Microsoft or he got fired, and then the other guy that's in charge now, the shirt guy, he took over from him. And then they switched from, because they realized that all of that shit was not good. That was bad.
Yeah, alright. So the exact order of fancy CEOs doesn't matter for the point, really. I had an Xbox 360, and I was pretty happy with the thing. So I watched the reveal thing for the new console, and they were only talking about American football and it being a TV box. And I, in my mind, was, but does it work on my European setup? My European network?
That was the thing, because it's like, I don't have American cable television, right?
So
I don't have that. Like,
so
what do you
does it
mean?
even work here? And I don't care about that stupid sport anyway, so and you're spending like half the presentation on it, so I'm not even less interested in it. And then you have it
Like
being a media center thing for a thing that I don't even know.
Yeah,
work.
so they kind of so they fumbled the ball on that quite hard. I remember. But anyway, let's get we got a blitz. We got to get through this shit.
Spares no one, no thing. When people are upset about something, they will say so. They will say so loudly, and others, spurred by that adrenaline kick of conflict, will chime in. Yeah, I feel that way too. The reality of the internet is, once a sentiment is out there, it's never going away. And chances are, by the time it's run its course, whether you agree with it or not, it will have left an irreparable effect on everything it touched.
By the way, speak to differ. One say, because No Man's Sky is the big darling. Cyberpunk is a success story. People have come around on games that are actually now considered good when they were first received to be bad.
Yeah, I don't think it's always so set in stone, I think.
No. People very much liked Super Mario Sunshine. Nowadays, I see a more negative sentiment about on it. So,
anyway, 10 minutes, Ellie. We got 10 minutes.
Things change, right? He's kind of being very authoritarian in,
A little bit, but let's get in.
That probably made it sound like I think the internet is an entirely bad thing. That would be probably the most ironic thing someone who just gained 50,000 subscribers in less than 4 months on YouTube could possibly say. The point that I'm trying to make is many of our favorite games from a decade or so ago existed in this perfect zone, right at the apex of gaming culture's rise to the mainstream and right before the explosion of socially connected internet spaces we saw in the subsequent decade. It was a perfect storm that meant...
Jack Thompson.
Kind of. Yeah, no, wasn't Jack Thompson like the 90s?
Oh, he's still around. Oh no, yeah, it was late. He was earlier. Never mind.
Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
1, a ton of people played games like Battlefield 3 more so than ever before. 2, we all got to experience it in our own way, really enjoying it for what it was. And 3, the industry hadn't bloated itself out of proportion yet in the way that we might be seeing right about now. Yeah, the future is looking a little bit uncertain.
Oh, look, it's the layoffs again.
Yeah.
Remember we already had our little debate about that, and you turned into biblically accurate Dutchman.
Oh, for a second. Clip will come out in next week or the week after.
Clip will come out in a few weeks. Yeah. Go watch it. Even if you've already watched it on the
Jack
stream.
Thompson's heyday was just before that time.
So. I mean, I already talked about the layoffs and how it's not people. I think people are kind of overreacting a little bit to it because it was gonna happen.
Well,
it's kind of like
I did see a new perspective, a new thing to consider. In that when you fire, easy 10,000 people, and all those 10,000 people will find a new job. But the new batch of 2,000 people that come fresh out of school with a new degree won't get hired. So the new influx doesn't get a job. So everybody is now shuffling kind of, the old
you're just shuffling the same people around. And
but there's no new blood coming in. And that kind of, new blood...
that's a problem, yeah.
So,
that's a problem, yeah.
In 5 years or 4 years... or even longer, there will be a shortage of game devs. Now there's too many because everybody needs to find a job. But in 5 years, because people who would start a degree in game studies right now won't do that because the industry is terrible.
I get where you're coming from, but I also. I don't necessarily disagree, but I also think that a lot can happen in 5 years. We don't quite, lots of things can happen. But also I think that we're already seeing a lot of people just kind of creating their own jobs in a sense, right? Because obviously you don't have to join a big studio, right? You could just form your own studio straight out of school with a bunch of your buddies that you met at school, right?
Well,
and make something make something like Lethal Company or whatever, right? Something on that level.
Yeah, but I think that it would be it's And
Like
more,
success is not guaranteed, obviously, and you might fail at it, and your game might not actually
no, but
do well.
there's more there is more jobs in just fixing up game models. It's a job that nobody knows about, but everybody does. And those jobs, grinding some experience out of, grinding out your CV.
Yeah. So to kind of get off this topic and back to the video, I want to address Samu. Because Samu obviously wasn't here for the beginning of the video. Yeah, he's definitely like he's like, I feel like when we get to the final thoughts, my main final thought is just going to be this guy's way too long-winded. Like, he really didn't need to go through the entire history of Battlefield 3 to make his point that people were hyped about Battlefield 3 because it was a product of its time, right? Like, because that seems to be what he's saying, right? Is like, it was a product of its time. People got hyped about it because they didn't necessarily have Twitch streaming or the internet or the ability to just, get all the info. They were getting their info through traditional means, right? And so that created this sort of hype bubble, right? That was kind of unique to that time period for a lot of games, right?
But what about Elden Ring? Everybody's super hype about Elden Ring. And there was no doubt.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm just saying this is what his point is, right? I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying this is what I believe his point is, right? It's like, I think he didn't need to spend as much time to make the same point. But anyway, we're getting there. We got like a third, like we got like 10 minutes left. So
certain, but it takes me from the very beginning of the video. Is modern gaming really that bad? Well, that is a really, really hard question to answer, because for all of the bad that the evolution of the gaming industry has brought, I do think that we can sometimes forget the great things that have happened as a result. Firstly, that connectivity, the echo chamber, it's not all bad. The rampant rise of loot boxes, cosmetic gambling, and exploitative microtransactions that took hold in the 2010s.
It's not all bad.
It's not all bad. Immediately talks about the worst aspects of gaming right now. Oh no.
Could have scripted it better.
Well, no, okay, good faith here, right? He's talking about how people backlashed it, right? He's not.
Yeah.
But let's see what he's
happy about that stuff, and the absolute uproarious outrage at implementation in games like Star Wars Battlefront 2 taught the AAA industry that there are some things that gamers as a whole just will not stand for. The very public failures of major AAA game launches have called attention to the exploitative crunch cultures taking place at many beloved large game studios. The thing is, games have always been about business, about the bottom.
So, on the crunch thing, right? I mentioned this. I can't remember which video I mentioned this on when we did a stream, but I don't like. I always feel like the crunch stuff only really comes up when people have like a issue, like a more political issue with a studio. Because I remember when it came up with Cyberpunk, it only really was being pushed by people that were mad about there was that poster that was like a chick with a dick. People were like, oh, it's offensive to the trans people or whatever, right? And so they would basically grasp into anything they could grasp at.
Well,
to kind
no.
let me finish because I'm cooking. Okay, let me cook. Okay, they were kind of grasping at whatever they could to sort of bash CD Projekt Red at the time. And the reason I find it to be hypocritical and used as a tool like that is because the very same things were coming out about Red Dead Redemption 2 even before it released, right? There was a lot of stuff about devs putting messages in the game, putting hidden things in the textures, right? Devs not being allowed to go see their families over the holidays, devs being forced to work like 50-hour work weeks or whatever, unpaid overtime, basically slave labor shit, right? And yeah, there was some outrage about it, but Red Dead Redemption 2 was still like game of the year. It was still treated like it was an amazing achievement. It was this amazing game. Everyone was like, oh, it's so good. It's so great. It's like as soon as it came out, all of this criticism about crunch just sort of disappeared, right? It was gone. Everyone just stopped talking about it when it came to Red Dead. But then with Cyberpunk, though, because Cyberpunk was bad, right? Quote unquote, it was bad when it came out, and because there was this political aspect of it that had been implanted early on, right? Suddenly, crunch is a big deal again. We all have to care about crunch, Hallie. Crunch is so bad; it's such a big deal. Oh, CD Projekt Red was crunching their developers. So no. So what I'm saying, I'll cap my point off, and then I'll let you respond. Right? The point I'm making is, I don't actually think people care about crunch as much as they say they do. Right? I think some people do, but I think a lot of people are just using it as an excuse to shit on a game or a company they don't like, rather than actually having a principle that it's bad. Right? That's kind of what I'm saying. So I'll let you.
So the big example of crunch that I know.
Check with a dick. Necro joins the chat.
I'm not familiar with that deep lore.
Well, no, it's just because Necro has a female avatar. That's why.
That's why. Well, I have one
But
too.
anyway,
so
anyway, sorry, I'll let you.
So the biggest crunch story that I know of, right, is BioWare.
Yeah.
And the BioWare magic. Yeah, the big thing was, Dragon Age was made on crunch or something, or Dragon Age 2 was made on crunch, and then it got Game of the Year, and then was or was Inquisition or something. But Game of the Year was oh please don't let it be Game of the Year, oh please, and that was Game of the Year because the game the year was kind of barren for games, and it was oh god no. The crunch got validated. Oh god,
yeah.
no. And BioWare has been bad ever since. And there are a couple of others. Ken Levine, I believe, the guy, the creator of BioShock Infinite. His philosophy apparently is crunch is good. Crunch is something you do when you care about the game you're making.
Yeah. Oh, you don't want to spend 100 hours a week doing the textures on the game. I guess you just don't care about the project. I guess you're not a team player.
And he's making a game right now or something. But anyway, people don't like Ken Levine. Also because of crunch, and also BioWare Infinite was a child's game, the bells. So there's a Nretsew. It's far more than just the politics. There's far more.
Oh no! I know. There's more to it than that.
And
I was just bringing that up as an example of. Yeah.
The bigger thing I think, right, is that people are forgiving of good things, good product, and Cyberpunk was bad.
Air quotes on the good, right? Because subjectivity, right?
Yeah. But people, Cyberpunk was very buggy on release, except for me. But for everybody else, it was super buggy. Therefore, more criticism was easy to make. And the criticism didn't stick for Red Dead because 1, the game was good, and 2, Rockstar is too big of a company with too much money to really, stick.
Really give a shit. Well, I can agree. I can agree with you, but I do think that with Cyberpunk, at least there was a. I have come to see that there tends to be if you commit original sin, right? There is a definite ideological element sometimes. Now, I know you don't think anything that happens on Twitter is real, right? I know.
Yeah,
right?
Twitter isn't real life,
but Twitter is Twitter. Yeah, it means I get to shit talk you on Twitter all day, and you can't say shit because it's not real.
Yeah, because I don't care what you do on Twitter.
Exactly. I get to shit talk you all day, and you can't complain about it.
Do you see me complaining, Nretsew?
I know. I'm just bullying. Don't worry. But my point is I do think that there is a level of ideological spite that happens sometimes with certain projects where people will just look for whatever, and it leads me. And I do agree with you that. But I mean, we're both actually making the same point, right? That people don't actually care about crunch as much as they say they do. Because if they did actually care about crunch as much as they say they do, they would be consistent, right? They would either not buy games that were confirmed to have crunch in them, right? Like just straight up boycott anything that had crunch in it. Or alternatively, they would be outspoken more on every single case and not just pick and choose certain cases.
Well, I think
forget about certain cases once the game comes out and it's good, right? So that's why I'm saying I feel like crunch in particular, I think people do care about it, but I don't think that it's honest, I guess. In a sense, there's
I
this
think
like
it's got
air
it's a sum I see, right? If just crunch isn't enough to hate the studio, right?
right.
You need to have this, and this. So
Yeah.
So in the case of, or unless you say something really stupid like crunch is good, then people will still.
Yeah, unless you say something really dumb. Yeah.
So the only sin of Rockstar was that there was crunch, right? So Rockstar bad. Oh, there was a little bit of crunch. How bad? Everybody does it. It's not that bad. But in the case of Cyberpunk, the game was super buggy, and it had that ad that some people didn't like, and other people didn't like this, etc. And that all kind of accumulates. So
it kind of accumulates. Yeah.
The people who would hate that, the people who hated that ad, will grab onto crunch as a secondary thing, and people who care about crunch will also say about crunch. So it's kind of, two groups are talking about now about crunch.
Right.
Everybody also have people have forgotten about crunch at Cyberpunk. Also, it's been too.
That's the other thing. Yeah, everyone's forgotten about it now because Cyberpunk's good now, right?
And it's old news.
It's old news. Yeah. So, and that's what I mean. I don't think everyone brings up crunch, but I don't really think it. I think the microtransaction stuff is more consistent with people. I think that people are a lot more consistent.
Yeah, because it affects you personally instead of
to pay. Yeah, it affects you. Yeah. Also, this is Shirtman, by the way. This is the guy I was talking about. This is Shirtman.
Yeah, but crunch is something you know is bad, but you can't tell how bad it is. Was it just extra overtime, or was it locked in the office?
Yeah, because with the Cyberpunk example, I remember there was some interview where a dev said that it wasn't actual crunch, because it was because I believe it's what are they? CD Projekt Red they're not Swedish. What are they? Polish, yeah. There's labor laws in Poland where you can't force people to work out. It was volunteer crunch in a sense, basically, where it was if you want to work the crunch, you can work the crunch, but you're not being forced to work the crunch. Now,
please work overtime.
Please work the crunch. Yeah. So I don't know the hyper specifics about it. I just remember I remember it's Phil Spencer, that's his name. Yeah. I just remember there was something about the Cyberpunk example where it wasn't the CD Projekt Red example, not CD, the Rockstar example, right? Where it was no, we are going to chain you to the fucking desk, and you are going to work on fucking horseball physics. Okay,
this is why crunch isn't that of a hard objection, because it's always in measure, and then you don't know what it was and what it is and how it was done, and therefore it's kind of it's not a hard stance, moral, accusation than other things.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get back to talking.
Crunch over.
Yeah, crunch over.
Line. Growing up as an adult, I've come to learn that.
Hey, it's The Rock. Hi, The Rock.
Is it?
It's The Rock. He's dressed as Neo from fucking. He's just fucking Neo from the Matrix.
Then in that time.
Maybe, I don't know. No, The Rock wasn't Blade. I don't remember why he was on stage.
He could be dressed as.
This was before my time, because I didn't watch E3 or any of that at this time when the Xbox came out. I was but a wee lad when
wasn't this still part of CES at this point?
Oh, it could have been CES. Yeah, I don't remember, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's The Rock. Yeah, but anyway.
Here in the good old West, basically everything is. What matters is how that business is conducted, and how what decisions the money people pulling the strings make really comes down to what we, as the consumers, the people driving that economy, decide is or isn't acceptable. Gamers in this day and age can tell when the user experience has or hasn't been prioritized, and as much as we may be sick of microtransactions and loot boxes and skin stores and early access scams, a bubble created by exploitative business always pops eventually. Unfortunately, the people who suffer the most when one of these bubbles pops, it's never the people doing the exploiting. The film Margin Call actually does a pretty good job of laying out exactly what I mean by this, but if we look at the gaming industry, I think that you all get the picture. People, coders, writers, editors, team leaders, artists, creatives, they are getting laid off all over the industry. Entire production houses are being shuttered right and left. All following one of the most profitable years for gaming entertainment that we've ever seen.
Oh yeah.
If that doesn't tell you what's going on, I don't know what does.
We mentioned this, I believe I said something like, future investments, so they're cutting now, even they overhired back then, stuff like that. But also
it's way more fucking complicated than he's letting on, basically.
But also
like we'd have to do a whole economics talk about fucking, COVID happened. COVID was what I believe they call it a black swan event, like an incident that happens that is so out of the ordinary that it causes a complete shift in how business is
you say
conducted
that, right? And I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with black swans as a thing, but COVID was kind of predicted. Like, I remember 10 years ago saying, "Oh, it's been 100 years since the last pandemic." I'm
talking about like in a bit. I don't think the people conducting business are really thinking about, man, we must be getting close to another pandemic. We better get ready to buy big during the pandemic, right? Like, I don't like, that's what I mean. Like, it kind of came out of nowhere in a sense that they couldn't really, you can't really predict an event like COVID, right? Like, you can't, like, market wise, right? So they, it happened. They reacted to what happened by attempting to buy big because everyone was locked inside, obviously, and buying computers and buying stuff. And there was big shortages on everything because everyone was buying all of the components.
Did I mention this anecdote where some big American retail saw that nobody was buying games because everybody was in during the pandemic because they didn't go out of their house, and then they removed all the games, but then suddenly people came back and bought games.
Buying the games.
But
Jake knows what I'm talking about because I'm talking about it in the economic sense, right? A black swan event.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, so there's a lot, like, I'm not going to get, it's boring as shit. So we're probably not going to rehash the same discussion we sort of had when we talked about the layoffs the first time, but I feel like people don't really get how complicated this sort of economic type stuff is. Not like it's justifying it, right? Because, I mean, it sucks to get laid off, right? Obviously, like, it does suck if you're an actual developer and you're getting laid off.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
my factory. Did I ever say this? The factory.
Yeah, you mentioned you talked about the factory in the last time we talked about it, so we don't need to rehash it again. But because it'll be in the clip that's going to come out.
See, I Nretsew can also attest to this. I forget every conversation we have.
Yeah, Ellie forgets every call. I'm the one with the long-term memory, right? I'm the one that remembers things. But anyhow, let's keep going. We're getting there.
But it's not really all doom and gloom because, and I want to reference Big Fry's recent video here, who raised a pretty great point. There's an opportunity for the gaming industry to see a massive shift again right now. Like I said before, in the early 2000s to 2010s, big AAA gaming companies needed to prove to the world that they were something worth paying attention to through innovation, pushing the envelope of what was possible. And they did that. And now they don't need to do that anymore. But eventually, people will get tired. They always do. The market follows success. People know what they want, and they will vote with their wallets whether they actually do so.
Do I agree with what?
AAA needed to prove?
I don't know. I mean, depends on who. Like, do they need to prove? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they needed to really prove. I think that whole mentality is honestly part of the problem, right? Like, the idea that, like, gaming has to be taken seriously. Like, by who, right?
Yeah.
Who are the people that we are trying to appeal to take gaming seriously, right? Because, a lot of people talk about games as art, right? Video games are art. Would you agree video games are art?
Yeah, sure. I have a weird definition of art myself, but yeah.
Yeah, but like in general, right? In like a general sense, right?
Yes.
We both agree that video games are art, but there's a subsect of people that have this idea that because video games are quote unquote art, right? That means they have to be like movies, right? Like you have to make your game more like movies because movies are taken seriously as an art form. So that means gaming has to be taken seriously. There was a tweet that went semi-viral. It was a poorly worded tweet, and I actually kind of feel sorry for the guy because he got fucking mogged. And I mogged him because it was really stupid. But basically, he was trying to say something along the lines of like, people talk about the gameplay loop too much when talking about video games as art, because video games are more than just the gameplay loop. Because video games are so much more than just gameplay loop and stuff. They were trying to make this really weird, because there's obviously the idea that games are a product, right? Consumer product, big capitalism talk, right? So there's like a conflict between the people that view it as a product and people that view it as an art form, right? But this guy got mogged specifically because he was trying to say that the gameplay in the video game shouldn't matter when viewing it as an art form, which is really stupid because gameplay is the thing that differentiates games from every other art form. It's like trying to say, oh, the colors don't matter in a painting, right? The cinematography doesn't matter in a movie. The musical notes and the rhythm don't matter in a song, right? Like, it's very silly. And the guy did try to correct himself after the fact, but he got really fucking, because the way he viewed it was like, the gameplay loop is talked about in terms of like consumer product. Like, is the gameplay loop good when talking about, do you want to buy a game, right? So he had misinterpreted that as like a consumer buzzword, right? And not as like an actual technical term that's used within game development to be like, to describe the actual like loop of the gameplay, right?
Yeah.
So he got fucking mogged. He got absolutely destroyed. And it was quite funny, but also I did feel sorry for the guy a little bit.
Yeah, because
this is just to loop it back around to the main point, right? Is that who are we actually trying to prove ourselves to as gamers and as game devs, right? To put the two camps together a little bit, right? What are we trying to like appeal to? Are we going to be like the guy that does The Last of Us, where he's trying to like appeal to like big movie Hollywood, right? Because that's, I don't know if you've seen the funny pictures of him getting on the red carpet and no one taking pictures of him because no one knows who he is.
I'm just
It's
thinking
very
of
funny.
Kojima, who really wants movies more than games, actually.
Well, you say that, but Kojima is an interesting case in that because he does actually care about the gameplay. People have this misunderstanding about Kojima that it's like, oh, he just wants to make movies or whatever. But he does. I think Kojima, like, I don't want to suck his dick or anything, but I do actually think he's one of the only people in AAA right now who actually understands the importance of a gameplay loop. And the reason I say that is because of Death Stranding. Because Death Stranding has a absolutely insanely good gameplay loop. It is it narratively ties into the thematics of the entire experience, right? It's not just like, oh, Kojima just slapped the walking sim delivery man Uber Eats gameplay and then he does like a story that's like completely unrelated. No, the whole game is about forging connections with people and reconnecting people who are separated and stranded and delivering things to these people so that you can regain the network, right? We have to re-bridge society and humanity together so that we can become one again, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's like this whole overarching thing about it, and he ties that gameplay so well with the narrative that I think people don't quite, they get this idea, oh, he just does all these movies and he does, it's not, he just wants, and it's like, sure, I can understand because he is definitely a movie buff and he's really into his movies and he likes hanging out with his actor buddies in New York,
that's kind of the
wearing anime t-shirts in New York City, right? Like he's that's definitely part of his character, but I think he does on a creative level understand the importance of gameplay in a video game and how to use gameplay as part of the overall experience rather than just having it as an afterthought, right? Because if you look at, I know I'm rambling on a little bit, but this is kind of important, right? If you look at a lot of games from developers that try to push the whole, oh, my game is an art piece. My game is, oh, my farts they smell so good, Ellie. Oh, my game, oh, it's about trauma and all of this stuff. It's so bad. And then you play the game and it's just, oh, you interact with objects and you talk to people and there's no actual gameplay there. It's like you might as well have just made a virtual novel, right? Or made a like movie or something, or something like that. Like the gameplay isn't actually integral to what you've done, right? And that's kind of the problem. Again, to go back to my example, it would be like trying to paint without understanding how color theory works, right? Or trying to make a movie and not knowing how to operate the camera, right? That's a problem that I see a lot with these types of artsy games.
Yeah, so let's go back to the video, right? From who?
Yeah, because I've got a complete tangent. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I got really distracted there. I'll let you make a point, and then we'll get back to the video.
So I am. Games are art for me by the simple fact that they are creations.
Yeah.
So that's that's kind of my very simple definition of art. Is it something that has been created consciously? Therefore, it's art. But are games as art?
Oh, sorry, I lost you there for a second.
Blah blah blah. Games are art because they are created consciously.
Yeah.
But games as art, you can always interest me in an examination of games and how the interactions of the game with the game world and the game world with the consequence and the game world and the systems of the game world. Those art things, those mechanical aspects of how that works and how that relates to each other is also kind of an art form in and of itself. You can always interest me in that kind of talk. But yeah, AAA one. Can you let's hear him again, just right? Does he actually?
You want me to go? Let me go back.
Just a few seconds, really.
All right, hang on.
Yeah.
I'll go back to like the triple. He's talking about AAAs there, so I'll go back to here.
Because, and I want to reference Big Fry's recent video here, who raised a pretty great point. There's an opportunity for the gaming industry to see a massive shift again right now. Like I said before, in the early 2000s to 2010s, big AAA gaming companies needed to prove to the world that they were something worth paying attention to through innovation, pushing the envelope of what was possible. And they did that. And now they don't need to do that anymore. But eventually, people will get tired.
To the world, right? He says to the world in like to the mainstream world, to the guy on the street.
Yeah.
I don't think that was even any attempt to prove something to the world, to the guy on the street, to the mom watching the news on the couch. That was a marketing decision. That was a budgeting, we need to look as pretty as possible decision. That wasn't really a decision.
That wasn't an artistic decision.
It wasn't an artistic decision, as far as I assume. So the only real artistic decision made was kind of the direction of how they wanted to look, right? Do they now, besides, we want it realistic. All right, do we want gray brown? Do we want visceral? Do we want dark?
What tone are we going for?
What tone? What era? What kind of what conflict?
What are their artistic inspirations, as he talked about in the beginning of the video?
Yeah,
right?
like in every movie that he mentions. Yeah.
Yeah.
So those are all the artistic consideration, but not that their own drive to be as big and bombastic. That's from what I see, from what I gather. That was a marketing decision. So And of course being better than the competition, because if they are big and bombastic, we need to be even bigger and
And it
bombasticer.
causes a feedback loop. Yeah. All right. Well,
So
before we move on,
being
I'll let you finish.
triple A being big and bigger wasn't triple A trying to prove to the world. It was more trying to prove that you were worth the money, not worth as an artistic art form, as I see it.
So because Jake made some good points in the chat, right? Looping back to the Kojima, right? You know, he makes the point, the edit don't matter in a movie, the gutter don't matter in a comic. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking. Yeah, see, Jake and I are on the level, right? Jake and I are on the same wavelength here, right? Like there are differences between mediums that are really important to understand if you're going to get into those mediums, right? And those things are what makes that medium different to another medium, like a manga from a comic, right? Like the difference in structure, the difference in how the gutters and the panels are laid out. In MGS2's gameplay loop is a meta commentary. Yeah, so a good point on that with Kojima is how would he be able to make a meta commentary on the gameplay loop of the first game if he didn't understand the gameplay loop of the first game, right? It's kind of hard to be able to, if you don't care about gameplay, to be able to commentate on the gameplay. And yeah, I agree with you that he's less film buff and more otaku. Yeah, he's definitely an otaku when it comes to Western media. Like he is very into it. And on that regard. So anyway, let's see if we can cap the video off.
The market follows success. People know what they want, and they will vote with their wallets whether they actually do so consciously or not. And this is where I want to make a really important point. If you actually think games suck now, that modern gaming is just recycled garbage, that the soul or the fun of gaming isn't what it used to be, well, I think you might just not be playing the right games. Some of the greatest successes in gaming in recent years are proof that non-exploitative, inspired, innovative, and passion-driven projects actually sell fantastically. Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate, The Finals, Alan Wake, BattleBit Remastered, Dredge, Resident Evil, Lethal Company. That's a weird-ass list, you may have just thought, and that's the point. When you look at gaming as a whole, not just one specific subgenre like the large-scale multiplayer first-person shooter, the last couple of years were some of the best that gaming has seen in a very long time.
It's really weird how, all of these videos use the same fucking, because I swear, every single time we've done one of these videos, Dead Space Remake comes up as a clip. Have you noticed that? It's always the same, and I kind of get it, I guess, because they're using the same games.
The video, the type of people who make this video are all the shooter guys, so they are maybe share more.
Well, maybe not all of them. Maybe not all of them, but because I don't know about the other guys that we've covered, Ice Cream Man or the zombie guy or whatever, right? But what was the other one? There was one that we watched. I think it's 2 or 3 now, where I swear I've seen a clip from Dead Space Remake come up on screen. It's weird. I don't know.
I think the reason is, right, that Dead Space kind of falls in that 7th gen time period of dark.
Yeah,
dark
and the remake is kind of it, but upgraded, right?
Yeah, so they all played Dead Space, so they all got the remake, so they now use it in their footage.
Don't make me destroy you if you think manga is separate from comic. Yes, Jake, don't worry. I was more talking about how there are differences between the two, not that they're completely different. They're both technically the same, right? But you get what I mean. But yeah, sorry to interject there. But
yeah, so the reason why everybody uses Dead Space Remake is because they all played Dead Space back in the day and now got Dead Space Remake.
Maybe.
I think.
All right, let's continue.
Creative and technically impressive games, lovingly crafted by developers with a deep care for their player base, have been amazingly received by fans, and actually making tons of money doing so. AAA games are still great, especially in the single-player space. Independent developers...
Well, I would argue, I argued this the last time Dead Space and the Resident Evil remakes came out.
Yeah.
Right? I would argue that it's not a great example to use the remakes because the games themselves were good back then, right? They were already good games. They're just being reskinned almost for saved myself getting destroyed. So, Jake, I'm looking at Jake. Yeah, Jake, he's saved myself getting destroyed. So I don't like using those as examples because I feel like it's kind of a cheat because obviously those games are good because they were they were already good, right? Like there's not, it's not like the remake comes out and it's super worse, right? In a sense, you get what I'm saying, right? Like it's
Yeah.
not, some remakes
but-
come out and they're worse than the originals, but like it feels like a cheat to just be like, man, gaming is so great now, and it's like half of the examples you use are just remakes of older games.
But also,
from, like,
right, so I'm going to switch tracks a little bit, right? The gaming industry is still bad because there are still massive amounts of layoff. EA and Ubisoft, EA is in big trouble because their one game, Assassin's
Flopped.
Creed isn't selling anymore.
Oh, that's
Skull and Bone-
Ubisoft, not EA.
Oh,
That's
Ubisoft. Assassin's Creed isn't selling anymore. They went full in on live service games and it completely failed. There are millions and billions of dollars that went into Skull and Bones, very likely, all wasted. So Ubisoft is in big trouble. EA only can't do gambling anymore because governments are on their ass due to loot boxes. So that big moneymaker is gone, and they have nothing else.
I would interject and say that I think that there's a difference between talking about the meta of industry controversy versus the actual quality of the games, right? Because obviously there's issues in the industry in terms of Blizzard's breast milk issue, right? And all of that kind of stuff, right? And we can joke about that, right? But the question becomes, right, because obviously this guy's not talking about any of that. He's talking about, okay, are there quality games coming out, right?
Well, but
there still good games?
This is my point that he did talk about layoffs and he did talk
That's
about.
true. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, that is true. So I guess
is the state of the industry just good games are coming out, or is it also the companies, the studios, the people? Is it also the industry?
Yeah,
because
I
would say that
you make a good point there. Yeah,
I would say that games are fine. People make good games, and the good games are always coming out. You complaining that good games aren't here anymore? Dumb, stupid. Get out. Touch the game. Touch indie grass.
Touch gamer. You have to touch gaming grass. Yeah.
Touch gaming grass. If he now flips completely 180 and says no, the industry is great because of good games, then I say no. What are you saying? Studios are collapsing. Investment funds are drying up because
all the loans are getting defaulted. Yeah.
So the reason matters, right? If people are complaining, oh, the hype is dead, every game is a disappointment, wrong. But don't then turn around. Well, actually, everything is good and great because good games are coming out. No, like I'm repeating myself. Studios are dying. It's not healthy for the industry right now. It's not a healthy industry.
The bloat is not help. The infinite growth is not helping. Yeah. All right. Well, let's keep going.
Independent developers can absolutely go toe-to-toe with the largest media corporations in the world. And while a bit of an odd one out, visionary game creators like Hideo Kojima can...
Hey!
I don't like... I'm over Kojima being a face of... Because he's massively funded. It's not really more a...
Yeah.
Oh.
He's not exactly an indie man, let's be real.
Yeah.
But that's
continue to prove that innovation and genre boundary pushing risk-taking can be lucrative enough to receive continued publishing support. As for the multiplayer shooter space specifically, it's a bit of a different story.
Right.
Here's
I'm
the
going
thing
to complain about Kojima one more time. It's not his it's not his amazing ideas that get the funding, it's his name.
Yeah, he's got name recognition. Yeah. It's because he's proven, right? Like, he's proven.
Well, he's proving himself with one game series and then a controversy of him getting fired. And, if he keeps talking about Kojima, I will become a Kojima hater. He
well, he's not. He's moving into talking about multiplayer shooters. So let's you can go to sleep, Ellie. Go to sleep.
Alright,
Go to sleep. You can go to sleep for the next few minutes while he talks about something you don't care about. Okay, let's.
The fall from grace of so many of our beloved publishers and devs from the 2000s, those people are all still around. The people who made those games and all the skill and experience that comes with them. Many of them, and I absolutely foresee this continuing to take place with rampant layoffs across the industry, many of them just went and started their own studios. Embark, comprised partly of veteran Battlefield developers, success with the finals is, I think, a testament to the ability of industry veterans creating new IPs.
I hear kind of bad things about it though. That it's.
I haven't heard anything about the finals.
Well, that's kind of the problem, right? That's.
I think I watched like one video about it, and then that was it. Like, I don't.
The finals
quite
is
know.
a kind of battle royale kind of shooter. And,
yeah, it's kind of like a yeah.
And it has no word of mouth at all.
Yeah.
So that's kind of bad. Nobody talks about the finals.
Let's see if he has any other examples. Let's
by the now unbridled experience and creativity heretofore held back by the complex and bureaucratic AAA studio systems. The newly formed Mountaintop is working on an upcoming team-based shooter project with veterans from many established competitive and narrative successes, and in general indie studios, once solely associated with small-scale avant.
Oh, so this is Road to Vostok. This one actually does look so. A problem I have here is that he's showing that there's a lot of promising like projects in the pipeline, but it's going to probably be like another year or two before a lot of these projects actually bear fruit. So it's kind of hard to say, oh, there's this great.
Yeah, I remember
the Renaissance is coming, Ellie. Right, the shooter Renaissance is on its way.
There was this one game from this, from Call of Duty, super developers, head of development. Made Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
Was this was Infinity Ward guys, I think.
Yeah, whatever. But the point was they had a game, they brought it out, and it was a complete failure. Nobody played it, and nobody liked it.
Well, I think the fact that I don't even remember it probably speaks to your point.
Yeah.
A little bit.
So it's all.
I will say Road to Vostok, though, seems very interesting. It's going to be kind of
acknowledge that these projects could all fail.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, that's why I think it's a bit risky to kind of use them as examples. Because, he brought up that other one before Road to Vostok. I had no idea that even existed.
Yeah,
he doesn't
even mention the game or show it off.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But anyway.
Single-player projects are now the forefront of innovation in the FPS genre. Out of Action, BattleBit, Gray Zone Warfare, Beautiful Light, The Finals and Arc Raiders, Mountaintop's future projects, just to name a few. Now, in reality, every one of these new blockbuster indie studios has the potential to grow into an industry giant and succumb to the issues which come with rapid growth and success. Every huge studio you know once was a small house with big plans. But for now, I think the point is there are a lot of great things happening on the horizon, and right now, in front of your eyes, if you know where to look. I think some huge innovations are just about to hit, and it just feels like a legitimately good time to be into gaming. 2011 was a different era. Possibly the most obvious sentence I've ever spoken, but no matter who you are, you were at that time digesting media in ways so incomparable to the current landscape, it's almost laughable. Flashy visuals, gimmicks, extra functionality, and evolving the usage of tech was the name of the game in the 2010s. Wii, Kinect, PlayStation Move, augmented reality, voice control, none of this stuff had staying power because people's interests and tastes just change. The rise of digital distribution means that more people than ever can enter the playing field both in games development and games criticism. Gone are the days of newspapers, magazines, and Hollywood-level production houses. This is the era of YouTube Shorts, Discord servers, and live stream chats, and that's going to change too in the next 10 to 20 years. With how big and expansive the industry is,
the digital, the ways of communication don't really affect that much the games we're playing in a quality sense, right?
Yeah, he's talking more about like how we talk about them and hype them up, I guess, because he's.
Well, not really though, right? He's talking a lot about. He's been not being very specific, and I haven't heard him talk about hype in a very long time.
Yeah, the guy's missed that taste has become more personalized. Yeah, I think Jake's got a good point there. Anyway, let's keep going.
As with any industry, there's more bad to be seen, because there's just more in general. But that doesn't mean that the bad is all there is, or that it's even the majority. The changes that have come to the world since the 2010s, culturally, technologically, etc., none of it was what anyone expected. The future we have isn't the one we envisioned. That's always been the case, and it always will be.
Mm-hmm. Well, it reminds me of, I think because Microsoft was going to do like an AR thing, a lot, like they were working on some AR thing they showed off at E3. They showed that off at E3 a number of years ago, and then Apple has kind of beat them to it with the
HoloLens, you mean,
Apple
with Microsoft?
HoloLens, HoloLens, but then Apple's brought out this new thing, but there's a lot of problems with Apple's thing. Have you heard about that? Where apparently the glass is splitting down the middle of the glasses because of the blue. Yeah, they've got a problem because what's happening, I believe, is because it gets so hot, right? Because the device gets so hot on your face, and because of your own body heat, it causes the glass to like contract, because it's curved glass, right?
So it contracts and expands, and it
contracts and then it fractures, right down the middle of the fucking thing.
You mean vertically or horizontally?
Horizontal, straight down the middle, vertically, not across the side, like straight. It's like, you know how glass, like right down your nose bridge, right?
All right.
Right down the middle, yeah. But that kind of talks about like at the same, like, you know, like, yeah, of course the future isn't always what we think it's going to be, right? Obviously, like I don't think many people predicted like the rise of certain new technologies that have kind of taken the world by storm and stuff, and a lot of technologies that we think, like, you know, I remember when, you know, 3D TVs and stuff were getting pushed.
I never believed in 3D TVs though.
Yeah. Like, and I mean, even in cinemas now, you can't really go to 3D. Like, I don't think they do 3D stuff in at least
some
movies that I
movies
go to.
when they want to.
Like some maybe, but like not a lot. So yeah. Anyway, let's keep
fun fact, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dune 2.
Yes.
There is a scene where they transition from normal lighting to black and white.
Right.
The black and white is filmed using infrared. So they film infrared and then they, you know, filter it down to being black and white.
Right. Interesting.
But the character moves from an indoor lit scene to outdoor, and the outdoors are all infrared, black and white. And how they did it was they took a 3D camera, which has two cameras inside of it, one with normal colors and one with the infrared camera inside filtered on it, so they could just, you know, switch halfway through and, you know, crossfade it into each other. Fun fact. Nothing more.
Yeah, fun facts, right?
I see these comments on videos of old Battlefield games, videos on many old games actually, comments on how we didn't know what we had until it was gone. But this sentiment, I think, often fundamentally misses its own point. We don't know what we have until it's gone. It's not that we shouldn't be fond of our past or yearn for a better future now, it's just that, possibly, there's something going on right in front of us that we won't appreciate until it's too late. Whether or not we take a step back to realize it, that's just up to each and every one of us. I in no way wish to posit that people being laid off or losing their hope in the game dev industry should look on the bright side or anything like that. That is not the point at all. I'm more trying to say that we, as consumers, have control.
I learned more from Ellie's trivia than this whole All right. Well, we're like 2 minutes away from ending, so let's
maybe
not only over what kinds of products are catered towards us, but that being blindly critical, negative, or distrusting may just hurt our ability to appreciate the good things the industry is giving us. I can't see exactly where this industry is going. What I can see is that developers with passion and creativity need our support more than ever. Let's give them our money and our encouragement. Let's support those devs doing the things we like to see, and let's judge them fairly and give them patience while doing so. The old days are never coming back, but that doesn't mean that the best days aren't still yet to come. Thanks for watching.
Hey!
What an empty platitude of an ending.
I want to give you all as for sponsoring today's video.
You want to play War Thunder, Nretsew?
Yeah, we want to play War Thunder. We'll load her up right now. We'll play some rank 1 Japanese, right? We'll play
I haven't played in so long. I don't even know if I still have the plays.
Dude, it's so funny. Like, if you got to top, like, if I jumped you to top tier right now, you would have to learn so many keybinds. So many keybinds, my dude. All right. Well, since the last minute of this is probably just going to be fucking War Thunder, let's do our final thoughts. So, my final thought. So, the video is well edited. I'll give him that, right? It's well produced. He's obviously put a lot of work into it. He's done a lot of research, a little bit of research, right, on the development. Or maybe not actually, because he didn't really talk about research. Maybe I'm tired of the video, so I'm kind of just on fucking autopilot right now. But no. So I feel like he used way too many words and way too much time to make a very simple point, right? That point being that things have changed. Bottom text. Right?
Yeah.
The gaming industry landscape has changed, bottom text, and things are not the same as they were, but that doesn't mean things are bad, right? There's still hope. Like, because like his thesis at the beginning was what drew me in to do the video, because the idea of like, oh, like hype, right? And how hype has changed, and we don't really get hype about things anymore. Or, do we get, do we, or whatever? But we kind of got through that in the first, like, 5 minutes of the video, right? You and I had that discussion about it, right? Like,
Yeah.
we already kind of got through that. And then he just sort of spent, like, 20 minutes, well, not 20 minutes, but, like, 10 minutes just talking about Battlefield 3, right? And the history of Battlefield 3 and all of that. But it didn't really go anywhere, right? Like, it didn't really help his point, really. And then, of course, the last feud that we've just watched has been about, there's still good things coming out. Look at all these good things that are coming out.
Things are kind of bad, but not really, because
things
are
are kind of
games.
bad, but not really. Yeah. So I feel like he didn't really make much of a point, and he spent a lot of time trying to make it, like he could have made the same kind of points with way less filler, I guess. This video didn't have to be half an hour, right? This video could have been way shorter, and it would have been way better for it. So that's my final thoughts. What do you think? Do you agree with me?
So he kind of just says that there's no hype anymore. And we had a fun discussion about what we are hyped about, and Unicorn Overlord was hype. I have it right now. Is good. The Zeldas, the Metroid will be coming. The Switch 2. There are PC games that are kind of hype. Millennia, a turn-based 4X, a game that looks like Civilization. The most amazing, super hype, the hypest thing in the world, of course. Just because his games aren't the biggest anymore doesn't mean that hype is that other people aren't hype for their own niches and genres. That's kind of, just because my thing isn't the biggest anymore, that means that nobody cares anymore about all games. That is what I kind of felt in the beginning. After that, there was a solid 10 minutes of, this style of brown is inspired by this movie, and was inspired by the Vietnam movies, and they were inspired by the World War II movies, and they are being reimagined right now. They were reimagined during the time of Battlefield Black Ops 2 in that kind of style. And look, they meant this line from this movie appears in this game in the same kind of context, slightly modified. And all is completely unrelated to either hype or the state of the industry.
Yeah.
He likes Battlefield 3. That was the point for a solid 10 minutes. How good the gameplay was, how good the marketing was, how the reception was, what issues it had during the beta, and how it was fixed and liked afterwards, and all doesn't matter for the thing of what the video is supposed to be about. How we hype about games, and how we experience how our gaming experience is.
And I think that it's disappointing, because there is an interesting discussion to be had about it.
Because he doesn't really talk about hype at all. He says there's no hype anymore, and then he says that Twitch exists, but never really says because Twitch exists.
Yeah, he doesn't really extrapolate on how social media like Twitter and Twitch and
He
YouTube
says there's
streaming and
more
stuff.
conversation, but not how the conversation changed. He
Yeah,
doesn't give.
he kind of does. He kind of does lip service to it, right? Like he brings it up, but he doesn't really dig into it. When I think that would have been a much more interesting discussion to have is how has social media changed the way that we talk
He
about.
only
I mean,
says
like
that
we're
people are
talking,
more negative.
because we're talking about games right now on the stream, right? How is this different from how we would have talked about games like 10 years ago, right? Like, in Discord calls or maybe not Discord 10 years ago, but you get what I mean, right? Like, how would we have talked about these things back then? And I feel like that's a much more interesting discussion to have that I feel like he kind of glossed over a little bit in his discussions on it.
Yeah, but besides his kind of weak hype and social media, well, he did say that people are more negative, and once they form a negative opinion, they will keep the negative opinion forever and ever. Of course, there are plenty. I don't need to mention the examples. You know which games were received badly and now are considered good. And now after that, this is kind of undecided view on the industry. Oh, it's bad. All layoffs all the time. Oh, crunch. Loot boxes and all that kind of deal. But good games are coming out. So, it's all good in the end. And I said plenty about just because good games doesn't mean the studio will survive. I won't repeat myself on that.
Yeah, we've already kind of gone.
Yeah, so all in all, this video is kind of bad.
yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame because I was actually expecting some more interesting discussion to come from it. I mean, we did have some interesting.
We had interesting conversations,
but I was expecting some more interesting points from him, right? That we could kind of dissect and talk about. But it ended up being a bit of a disappointment in that regard. So yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a big shame.
I'm not a fan of the editing style. It's very much the gritty modern day military shooter that he plays a lot.
But like I said, I'm not gonna bash him for that.
Yeah. I praised him enough when there were no viewers in the beginning.
Yeah, So it's not all bad. Just like his video, it's not all bad, right? It's not all terrible. So anyway, let's move on because we've got some stuff to talk about today.
Oh yeah, sure.
Got some things. We got some anime. We don't have the news template, but we got a couple of news stories to talk about. That kind of came up.
I pressed the wrong transition. Now it's a
quick, no!
Quick fade this time.
Quick fade. So yes. So what do we want to do first? Do we want to do anime? Do we want to do?
Let's do anime, right?
Right. Well, you bring up because I'm pretty sure you're probably going to want to bring up your Pocket diary.
I'll start with that.
While you do that, I'm going to grab a drink because I need a drink because I'm thirsty. So I'll be back in 1 second. Enjoy Ellie rambling about his favorite show.
All right. So before the diaries, I'll just mention it's time for torture, real quick because it's good, it's funny. You should watch it, and the story continues. The diaries.
We're talking about yeah, I was gonna say I looked at the screen when I came back and I was like, we're talking about that. Okay.
No, not really. I just.
But before we begin, because look, I have to Samu, because you were a good boy and you subscribed. Hang on, this isn't a can. This is a bottle, so I have to. Come on, are we gonna? Oh, you guys. That'll do.
Hey.
there you go. You got your condition. Yeah, because you're a good boy, you get some conditioning. All right, I'll let you go. You have the floor.
So the diaries. So number 2, I've talked about a lot about Lacan, right?
Mm-hmm.
The guy who's mean, who's plotting, who's scheming.
He's a bit of a cunt. Yeah, he's a bit of a dick. Yeah.
Apparently, he's not as much of a cunt.
Oh no! Oh, he's a bit more complicated than that, is he? He's actually a nice guy when you get to know him.
Yeah, because I did mention that he sees other people as chess pieces, as pieces on.
Yeah.
Apparently, he has that thing where he can't distinguish faces.
The deadliest fart on mic I've heard in a long time. Yeah.
No,
Sorry,
no.
I'll let you go.
He has this condition where he can't recognize faces. You know the condition? I've heard of it.
Oh yeah. No, pareidolia is when you see faces in everything. That's that's a different thing. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so he has this condition where he can't he can't recognize faces at all. So he coped with it. His method of handling with it is assigning chess pieces to people.
Interesting.
So
also, I hate to interrupt you again, but since Mandela Catalog came up in the chat, Jake, you might want to stick around because you might want to stay up a bit longer because we may or may not be talking about that later. We may or may not be talking about Mandela Catalog later. Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
difficult
I can't
word.
pronounce that.
Very long.
Yeah,
So
it's even worse for you because you're ESL, so it's even worse for you.
All right, for you, Jake.
All right, back to the anime.
So, he can't recognize faces, but he recognized Mamo's mother because he beat him in a chess match. So he kind of respects her. He got to know her. It was the first face he actually could recognize and see. So he really fell in love with Mamo's mother. It wasn't just a big betrayal and a deceit to get her pregnant and lower her value. It was love, Nretsew. It was love all along.
Does that excuse him being a dick, though? That's
no, it does, because he got her pregnant, and then he was forced to study abroad for 3 years. And after 3 years, he found out he got her pregnant, and she became a street whore in value.
So it was all big accidental.
It was accident. He got big jaded after that. He got big mean after that.
It's like, oh no, how could I have done this?
So, but Mau did. But before we all learned this, right? Mau got into a chess match, not chess, but old fancy chess, old fancy Chinese chess with Lacan, and via plotting and via a plot of Mau, Lacan has to buy a courtesan from the brothel. And I suspect that Mau is going to make him buy her mother and take care of her.
Right.
Because
interesting.
Because right now she's kind of just a burden on the brothel. She's been taken care of due to a sense of obligation. But there's no guarantee that would last forever, right? And eventually she'll have to move somewhere. At some point it's just too much. So I suspect that Mau is making Lacan buy her mother out of the brothel.
Sorry, you're getting fucking mogged in the chat by Jake. Yeah, we're not gonna bring that up because, like I said, today's chill. We're not getting into big debates about localization today. But I just wanted to laugh. I just wanted to laugh about it because it was funny. But anyway, anyway, so it does sound interesting though. Like it does. Like I am kind of interested. It makes me kind of. Maybe I might look into the show after it's finished.
Yeah, and of course you don't. What I say is hardly the whole episode and the story. So
no, it's not like it's spoilers for me or anything. But it does get me kind of interested because it sounds, it sounds like it's in that kind of interesting genre of drama, right? Big drama going on.
Yeah,
right?
It's very much
big
a drama.
Big drama, big chess pieces moving. People got different plans and motivations and things like that, right? So and I do quite enjoy those kinds of shows from time to time.
Yeah. So if
so
you
I
just
think
watch
it's interesting.
7, 8, 9, 10 episodes, how many episodes? 10 episodes.
I think it would be yeah.
So you'll be just in time for the last episode and the last episode only of the season.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'll probably wait till it's finished and then maybe, because I tend to do that with stuff that I've, like I'll maybe pick it up later. Maybe we'll look into it later. But
Anyway,
anyhow, yes. It's
shall we
interesting
just
stuff.
quickly do Metallic?
Yeah, let's get through that one quick. So, what?
I don't
kind
think
of.
I don't think they actually planned all this out very well.
Yeah, it really feels like we're kind of just making shit up as we go along. Like, what do you want to? Where do you want to even start? Like, should we start with Oni-chan, big sister, Ne-chan? We're gonna start with the sister. Sister has stole away on the ship, and she's being the sister girl.
Yeah, so I do believe that Rouge needed another character to interact with, not just the big scheming, all-knowing Naomi.
Yeah, Naomi. Yeah,
She does need somebody more on her level, even if it's just knowledge level, not mental maturity level. But
I feel like the problem I have with this is it's too late.
yes, that's
right?
also too late.
If they had introduced the sister character like halfway through the series, and she was like a constant, character, or like a persistent character, like she'd show up and then she'd disappear and then she'd show up, or something like that.
Yeah,
right?
because
I feel it would have been a little bit better, because
the carnival's episode 3 or 4. She just showed up then we had,
and because it was established that Carnival Man clone, because basically she's a clone, right?
Yeah,
she's a clone of Rogue, right? Like we established that the Carnival guy got her data, cloned her, turned her into, created this alternate version, Cyan version, yeah, created Cyan, right? Like if Cyan had showed up a little bit earlier, like perhaps like maybe she was on the ship when they were traveling on the ship, and but just as maybe as a background character or something, like she didn't have to be like active, but maybe she was like observing Rogue or something, and then they kind of lead up to the idea of she's like the sister, going to become the sister character or whatever. It just feels like there's not enough time to really develop her as a character, and they're kind of rushing it a bit, because they're like, we introduced her and she wants to do big fight because the puppet man is wants her to do big fights with Rogue, but no, she actually maybe because she mentions, the voice in my head tells me to do the things, right? Puppet man's voice is telling me to do the things, right? And it's so I'm like, yeah, there's some things here where I'm kind of like, it feels like they're rushing the character development a little bit, and I'm not.
Yeah, but also one of the Immortal Nines is apparently the Doctor's husband, lover, father of Rouge's brother. It's getting kind of real complicated.
It's getting real complicated, and then you also have like the other guy who's lost his core, his ID, and he's losing his memories because he lost his ID.
Or was it just he got his memory erased, because we're talking about the same guy?
No, it was mentioned at the dinner table by the psychopath man that he's slowly losing his memories because he doesn't have his ID, and he's going to die. And he's basically dying slowly, and he's going to lose all his memories and he's going to die. So that, and it's implied that the photographer chick and him are like lovers or really close or something, and so she went easy on him and didn't like outright kill him or something like that.
Yeah.
And so there's that level to it, right? And yeah, it's annoying because it's getting complicated, but I don't feel it's like earned that level of complexity, if that makes sense. Right? It doesn't feel earned.
This thus far this series hasn't really worked, right? There's some
Yeah,
the world looks very cool, expensive but general easy travel between planets. Other than that, Venus is being pulled by black holes. The world is
yeah.
relatively
They're
normal.
trying. They're trying to terraform it.
Aliens
Yeah.
being a thing, but not necessarily that much involved. That's cool. There are a bunch of
Yeah.
cool ideas in this anime.
But they all kind of feel like disjointed in a sense, right? I love how the chat just doesn't care. They're all talking about you being being mad.
Oh, no, they're free to be wrong. So.
But no, I agree with you. It's like it feels very yeah, it feels kind of distorted. I think I feel like it honestly feels like I wish there was more time. This feels like an anime that could it feels like it could use another 12 episodes.
Yeah,
right?
but
it feels like it kind of needs it needs like a bit more time to cook, right? Like we needed a bit more time with the characters to let them kind of gestate a little bit.
Yeah, but
we're not.
The series is written right now, I can't see more episodes doing any good for it, right? Because Naomi being all-knowing for 6 more episodes until the point it's revealed that she's not human, it's not that satisfying. There needs to be a real shake-up in the things happening, right? Cyan needs to be added sooner. There needs to be more conversations with the detective. The other Immortal 9 people need to be fleshed out more, have more things to do.
Yeah, because with a lot of them, we don't really know, like what one of them is like a fat rocker dude, or he was a fat rocker dude. There's another dude who was like another, there's we got a little hint of them in the flashback scenes this episode, but we don't really and because we don't know anything about them, it's really hard to actually, so
I
connect with them, right?
Hey, all these Neons are just worse than slaves because they can't even rebel.
Yeah.
Slaves can rebel. Neons can't even rebel. They just die at the fault of killing.
They just flat out don't have free will. Yeah, just flat out no free will for you.
If they think about killing a human, they die. It's the worst. It's the worst ever. So freeing them is a very, hey, let's give them free will. Let's just have them live. But oh no, the economy.
But what about? But yeah, and it's really weird when you think about it from our moral standpoint, right? Like from like where we come from with morals, right? Because we could see I get the ideas that they're trying to play with there, right? And they're trying to make those arguments, but I feel like the execution kind of falls flat a little bit. It's not hitting. It's definitely not hitting. I mean, we're almost at the end, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. We're gonna see what happens in the end. I'm suspecting that Rogue is gonna give them free will, and then what will happen is they'll be like, I have a suspicion that the free will is gonna happen. I don't.
Yeah, but they talk a lot about how giving every Neon free will just as is will create big societal issues. And I get the feeling that they won't give free will all at once at one time.
They'll give them half. You'll give them half free will.
Yeah, but that's also so stupid. Half
it's like
free
it's like
will.
it's like it's like the comp. It's like, oh, do you remember? Have you seen the centrism comic where it's like like you have the KKK and then you have the Antifa and then you have like centrism, and it's like I can't choose between the two of them. It's like that's what I feel like we're going for here. It's gonna be it's gonna be a solution that's like. Well, I mean, maybe you get some free will. You get you get free will on the weekends.
What about
you get free will on the weekends. You can have free will.
It's a 3/4 free will.
Yeah, 3/4 of a free will token, right?
Let's do it like they do in the South, in the United States.
You have a drop of free will. a single drop of free will. Yeah.
Anyway.
So yeah, I think we're kind of done on Tell It Greg. We'll see. We'll probably have a lot more to say when it's finished, I think.
Yeah, anyway, this is an anime original, and therefore it's more interesting to talk about than to...
It is more interesting to talk about, yeah, it is.
And I don't see any discussion elsewhere. It exists, but thus far we are the only ones I see really. I haven't browsed 4chan A on this, so they will have discussions and whatnot. But in the online space on YouTube
spaces, yeah.
I only really see us. Let's do Solo for a bit.
Yeah, because I watched that yesterday. Well, yeah, I watched. Well, actually, did I watch that yesterday? No, yeah, because it's today. Shit. No, I watched the video about this episode yesterday.
Oh.
Because watching that guy, I can't remember his name, but he's the guy that does those like what you missed in the thing versus the show. That guy, like, I actually like that. I actually think that watching that's been good because it actually refreshes me on what happened in the episode when we talk about it on the cast. So I remember. So this was an interesting episode. Because we got introduced, and then subsequently he got fucking destroyed. The other assassin type guy, right? Who is the guy that was working for the agency, but he was bribed by, I believe he was a CEO. Yeah, he was a CEO of a company, right? He was a CEO of a company, and his daughter was murder raped or whatever by the criminals, and he was like, kill them please. And it turns out that this guy is a fucking psychopath. Right? She just loves killing people.
Yeah,
big killer man, right? And so he kills the criminals, and then he has to kill all the witnesses so that there's no witnesses to the criminals getting killed. So
and then he dies.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, a bit more than that happened, but like,
yeah. But I want to talk about something else first, because
I'll let you go. I'll let you cook.
Yeah.
I'll let you go.
So as far as I can remember, at least, this is really the first episode where we really delve into classes a lot, where our leader has now one arm, so he's now a mage. Before
he was a mage. Well, he was a mage before. But the thing is he's also a really skilled swordsman. But swordsman. He's not a skilled swordsman because of his class. He's a skilled swordsman because that's what he was before he awakened, basically.
Alright, so he's awakened as a mage, but a sword fighter in general.
Yeah. So he is and a part that's in the manga that is skipped over and I think it's mentioned in this episode, but it was mentioned earlier. Is that he actually trains with S-rank hunters because he's that
was mentioned
good at
in this episode.
Yeah, it was mentioned in this episode, but in the actual manga, remember when he was like training with that guy in the dojo?
Yeah.
Right? That guy in the manga was an S-rank hunter. So he trained, and the S-rank hunter was like, damn, you're not even an S rank, but you got skills, dude. You're big skilled swordsman, man. You can hold your own against S ranks because because he's a really skilled, that's just what he's good at, right? But I will, before I let you continue to cook, because I know you've got a point you want to make, right? I find that idea to be very, very interesting. The fact that yes, you have a class, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're like mage, or you're a healer, or you're an assassin, or you're a warrior, or a tank, or whatever, right? But that doesn't like you can have physical, normal human attributes that are different to your class, and that can be like there's an interesting mix there that I thought was kind of cool. Like he's a mage, but he can fight, right? Maybe not,
not magically enhanced sword fighter, but he's just sword fighter, and he can do magic, but not magically super fast sword fighter.
Yeah,
in that
yeah,
sense.
yeah.
So yeah, but I thought this was for me, unless I forgot in previous episode, the first mention of classes really outside of just healer, because there was healers.
I think there was some exposition in the earlier eps that were like, oh, there's people that are tanks that have tank that they're good at taking damage. There's people that are DPS, right? And people
I
that are
might
like,
have forgotten. It might be the first episode.
you probably have, because I recall it vaguely as like a throwaway thing that was mentioned, that some people have like a class.
Yeah, but
something like that.
all right. So if it's already
I'll let you
mentioned,
keep going.
all right. This is for me the first time where I go back into it. It's no longer just a premising. Oh, this is a general class, a general role people fill. This is a actual path, a skill tree you are on, and you get skills like stealth and whatnot, and hiding your presence, that kind of deal.
And I believe it's like for normal people that are not our main character, it's like you're locked in.
Yeah,
basically. Yeah, you're kind of
that
like
is what I kind of gather.
class.
That our main character
and you kind of get what you're given, and that's it.
Yeah,
like you get your stealth skill, you get your strength level, right? You get your ABCS whatever rank, right? And then you get your skills and you get your stuff, and that's it. You get what you're given.
Yeah. So I will say that I kind of appreciate that the two characters which hanged out with our main character for a while and were very sorry that they left him. Really wanted to apologize. It's a big death flag in this moment, but
yeah, it was. Yeah,
it showed
kind of
some.
like, I saw that coming.
I appreciated that they felt bad, right? And it was natural that they felt bad about it, and it wasn't unnatural.
So
it wasn't unnatural for them to feel bad.
Yeah.
And therefore, I wasn't. It wasn't a fake motivational death flag. Is to say that just saying things, it felt natural, and I appreciated that.
Yeah, it did just come out of nowhere.
The villain of the week. It is a kind of reductive.
I mean, it's true though. It's kind of true though.
He shows up for one real episode. Yeah.
Well, he did show up in the hospital.
Yeah, but no, not really.
Fun fact: he didn't show up in the hospital in the manga. He wasn't there. It was a different guy. So they it's kind of interesting how they he shows up, but he's just kind of there as like the guy's partner or whatever, and then he like shows up for real now, right? So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, tying things.
Anyway, I'll let you keep cooking because
he's kind of flat character.
A little bit, yeah. He's just I'm big psychopath man. I love
killing. But he fulfills his role good enough.
Yeah, I believe the point is like because at the end of the fight, obviously, Son mentions, "Oh, a part of me is dead," or whatever, right?
And,
like a part of me is dying. I'm losing humanity, basically, as he's getting stronger. And the whole point is that this guy is trying to be like, "Oh, you're no different to me," like you're the same. We're the same. We become like and Son is I think he's gonna have some internal conflict over like, obviously he doesn't want to become a psychopath, right? He doesn't want to become a fucking crazy ass killer, right? So I feel like there's gonna be some interesting kind of play there. I do want to mention differences, right? Because I watched that video, right?
All right, so keep
so
it
the
short.
Okay, I'll try and keep it short, but this was a really interesting one, right? So the guy that you mentioned, the sorry guy, big sorry, right? So his death in the manga, from what I saw in the video, was a lot. It was kind of fucking cool what they did with it, because that scene where in the episode before where he's talking with his family, right?
Yeah.
What happens in that is so they do it. So how manga is like done, right? It's like a strip. It's like a long strip.
Oh,
so they have like
this. That's not this. Yeah, that's A4.
Yeah, it's a full because it's made for like scrolling on a phone, right? So the way it has like that part happens in the death scene, and he's kind of remembering that conversation, and as it goes down the conversation with the speech bubbles start to get redder and redder and redder and redder, and there's like a trail of blood forming on the speech bubbles, and he starts talking about his regrets about not being able to say sorry properly to Son and all of this stuff, and then it keeps going and going until it just becomes like a red wash, and then you just see his body slumped over in the bottom corner at the bottom of the panel, right? And of it, and I'm like, and the guy in the video made a really good point of just how like we mentioned in the video, when we were covering the video, we're talking about using the medium, right? Using medium the format matters. Medium matters, right? Using the format of the comic, right, the manga, to emphasize the tragedy and the story, and to have this really artistic way to do it. I thought that was really fascinating. And there is another difference I need to talk about really quick, because there was an entire section cut from this episode, Ellie.
Was there a fight in one of the tunnels?
Kind of. So let me explain. So Mr. Serial Killer Man, he doesn't have his entire spiel about, oh, you're no different to me, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
He just he whispers something to Son, and then he dies, right? We don't know what he whispered yet, but I'm going to get to it. So the other two guys, so Son goes, all right, you guys, you're going to go, and you're going to leave, and I'm going to go kill the boss, right? Same thing as the anime, right? Then it keeps going, and it turns out one of the criminals is still alive.
Ooh.
He's tied up. He's tied up in the cave, and that was what the serial killer guy, or the serial killer, but the killer man, he whispered that to Son. He said the other guy's still alive. And so Son goes up to this guy, and so his throat's been kind of cut, and so he can still speak, but is like, because the whole point was Serial Killer Man was going to kill him in like the most painful and worst way possible, because that's what the guy asked for, right? The guy paying for him. And so Son is like talking to the serial killer guy, and he's like, because the serial killer guy is like, oh, are you one of the victims' families? And Son is like, they're talking, and the serial killer is like, oh, which one? I'm big rape murder man. Oh, I'm so and so Son is just like, yeah, all right, you're coming with me. You're coming with me
to the boss room.
And Son, yeah, you see where this is going, right? You see where this is going. And Son basically tosses him to the hobgoblins, and the hobgoblins eat the man alive.
Yeah.
And Son is just kind of sitting there watching this happen. And the big boss goblin is watching the other goblins eat the guy. And then Son uses that as an opportunity to kill the goblin. And that's when Son has his like, oh, something's died inside me, right? kind of thing. So that was completely cut from the anime. I could kind of see why, but at the same time, I mean, because it's kind of edgy, right? It's a little bit, it's a little bit edge, right? It's a little bit Shadow the Hedgehog out the edge. He feeds the murder rapist to the goblins, right? It's kind. Oh man, so yeah, I wanted to kind of bring that up because I thought it was an interesting change.
Yeah.
But other than that, I kind of agree with you. I feel like the villain was a bit one note, but I can understand. I can understand the point though. I understand what they're going for, right? They're trying to show, hey, Son is becoming more disconnected from his humanity, and he might end up like Murder Serial Killer Man if something doesn't change, right? Or so he doesn't regain some of his humanity somehow, right?
Yeah, so I got like 3 things. I mean, I see the role of our official murderer. Mr. Official Murderer guy's purpose is one, for Son to kill another human for realsies.
Yeah.
To have his power revealed to others.
Yes. So at least those 2 guys.
Yeah. And for I see, gain a fancy skill. That's kind of the 3 things.
Yeah.
He needs to gain a skill. Yeah. I am kind of.
Oh, There was a fourth thing that was in the manga but wasn't mentioned in the anime. He was also testing the limits of the system for when the system would detect that he is in mortal danger to activate the quest to kill the guy.
Yeah, that was my next point, kind of. That the system is kind of a mystery, and I don't like how much of a mystery it is. I think it could be a little bit lessened, right? There could be a little bit more explanation on how the system works, I think, or its nature, because right now it's kind of more of a mystery, because it also has so much effect on our main character. It's kind of missing a piece to not know what it actually is.
Well, at least we're seeing that Son himself is trying to figure it out, because that's what he was like. He sort of mentioned it. He sort of mentioned it in the episode. He was like, "You shouldn't have like been so aggressive because now you have to." But in the manga, it was more literally Son was like, "No, I want him to be more aggressive because I want to see where does the system kick in, right? How much of a lethal intent is needed, right, to get the system to start the quest to kill the threat, right?" And it's interesting in that regard. But
I want to know. I want to know more of the system because it's kind of too big of a deal to know so little about it.
Well, hopefully in future episodes we might see some more.
So that's sort of.
So anyway, that's solo leveling.
Crashing over magical girls.
Ay. What'd you think? Kelly?
It's surprising that how quickly this arc was over, because it's only like 1.5 episodes almost.
Right? I don't know. It was like three
well,
episodes.
I'm kind of no.
I don't remember. When did they introduce the characters again? It was like 3 weeks ago.
More of how quickly the final battle came by, right? Because Lord's attack, that Shadow Girl and Music Girl joined with the rest, with our characters, was not that much of a surprise, I suppose.
No.
But that Lord would do her final strike right after that. Not even a day, not even a moment between.
I think it's kind of similar in the manga, where it's like it's probably the pacing's probably different in the manga because obviously it's a manga, so maybe it's just because it's anime and they have to kind of get through what they got to get through, right? Because I think we only have one episode left after this, don't we? I think. I'll check.
Yeah. Still, as the chat desperately wants to know.
Yes, no, I think we got 2. Yeah, we got 2 episodes left. I think.
Yeah.
This, so.
Don't worry, chat. There's still plenty of naked breasts and I want to fuck you real bad going on.
Did you see the one? I sent you that picture.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm so. I fucking love that shit. I fucking cracked up laughing at that. It was so good. So let's talk about it for realsy though. So obviously, yeah, we had the big climactic final battle where we got to see Kiwi / Leopards. You know, she's got big berserker form, but she has trouble dealing with big berserker form, and she uses her brain to defeat the big you know, giantess lady, right? Beats the shit out of her, right? You got to see a teaser of Azura, Ellie. Did you enjoy that? You got to see a teaser. You got to see a teaser of what happened with her training.
Goddess, priestess.
Big teasers for Azura. Yeah. Maybe, hey, we've got 2 episodes left. Maybe we will get to the climax of that storyline in time.
I kind of expect it right now.
Yeah. Hopefully, I'm hoping for it because it would be good if they did kind of. That would actually be a really good spot to end the series. Remembering what I remember from the manga,
I'm actually kind of more interested in, right? Nretsew, secret. How much of a love hotel Nachtbase will be?
We'll see. We'll see.
And
We
how
will
much
see.
use it will actually get, because I suspect it will actually get some use.
I believe it gets a lot of use in later
Hey.
chapters. I believe it. I believe it becomes a permanent part of the world. I believe. So that's like one side of it, right? So basically, we can divide the episode into stuff that happened in the real world and stuff that happened with Utena and Lita or whatever her name is
Lord.
in the Lord. Yeah, Lord. I always forget her name. We got to see that. So.
Enorma.
What did you think about the final fight? What did you think? Did you think it was quite good?
So I was kind of confused what was actually happening between Lord and Bezer. Because you know, I get it that Utena just, hey, what if I just imagine myself to be big One-san and
Well,
Lord.
it was more. What if I just imagine her as the kid that she's acting like, basically?
Yeah, but it was kind of confusing in the beginning, and even after the explanation was the question: well, do other people also see that? They act like they do, but it's all imagination on her part. So how is it affecting?
Well,
also, that was confusing.
There's also how much of this is being fucked around with by our little mascot character as well. So,
yeah, but
especially when you consider that we're inside the realm, right? We're inside the domain expansion, I guess, or whatever you'd call it, right? Like, we're inside that realm, so perhaps that, you know, what Utena is seeing is like being through the mascot character is being shown to the other characters, right?
Maybe we don't
know. That's what's going to happen. Maybe it's part of Utena's powers or something. You know, it's kind of like, do you remember in the episode with Alice and the middle magical girl, the pink one, when they're, you know, when she's the baby?
Mm-hmm.
And how Alice turned her into a baby inside her, like, her realm, right? Your domain expansion Oni hole. Yeah, domain expansion Oni hole. Like, but you remember that, right? Like,
yeah,
obviously,
I can buy that is pure imagination because they are playing imaginary.
It's in Alice's house, right?
Yeah, it's already a magical illusionary place, so that's not surprising to me. It's when other people outside of, say, because Utena doesn't really have the ability to alter perception in that way, so it was kind of confusing that how her perception also was shared by other people. That was my confusion, really.
Yeah, I can see how that can be a bit confusing. Like, I just chalked it up to being like magical bullshit, right? Because we're already in already in the realm. Like, my suspension of disbelief was like, we're already in the realm of magical bullshit. I'm not that surprised that perception can be altered, especially within like the realm of the mascot character, and we find out obviously.
I needed later. Something, right? Something in advance to say. Oh,
yeah. No, I get you. I get you.
Because you see it like this. This world is reacting to your consciousness.
But
or something.
I think you also have to consider like how we just like, because Utena's power level obviously gets a massive increase, and because she gets a completely new form, right?
Yeah, but how much is that just perception, right? That's
no, it's not. She keeps that form.
Alright, but
that form is 100% real.
That's what you're now spoiling for me. That's
I know. I'm sorry, but
that's a question I have. I
thought you would have like established that already.
No, because Lord is small and Utena is bigger. So then I wonder, all right, is her, even if are her extra stars in this moment also an illusion? That's all these questions that I have.
I see when you start.
If you start,
but I will burst your bubble. Burst your bubble. No, she has now gotten a permanent power increase from this.
Cool.
It is permanent power level go up. But I think it's important to. Okay, well, hang on. I'll let you finish and then I'll talk, because I kind of want to talk about this myself.
Alright, so back to my side of watching the episode. Good detail to have Lord's stars disappear with each scene. That's a good
Mm.
detail. I'm not into spanking myself all that much, so besides just Lord losing her powers, it wasn't that much of a big benefit for me. Our mascot character being evil or extra evil was good
Well,
fun.
we kind of already knew about that, didn't we?
We already knew, but there was kind of a possibility that he had some good intentions somewhere, but no.
Well, it's. I think it's less. See, it's not like he's evil. It's more like there's something else going on that we don't know about.
But now he's being more of an in this episode at least. He's being more evil than separate agenda kind of deal because
Yeah, well, he's evil towards Lord at least.
yeah,
he's
and
being,
sister is a double agent for him.
For him, yeah. But I believe like it's very plainly established that he wants Utena and the other girls to get stronger for some reason. We don't know why, but he wants them to increase power level for some reason.
Yeah, and I had a think, and I don't think he actually ever says that they need to defeat magical girls. So that whole campaign against magical girls seems to be kind of unrelated to his own goals. Otherwise, but he just says fight them, but never really
yeah,
defeats
because
them.
he doesn't really. Because I mean, if you remember back when Utena, dominated Azura, right? The first in that in the park, right? He does, Utena does say, "Hey, aren't you disappointed that I didn't finish her off or whatever?" And he's like, No, you just do your own thing. It's okay. I don't mind. He's just like
I don't remember exactly, but I don't think he ever says you have to defeat them. He was only go
no,
fight
he just says
them.
you have to fight them. Yeah, he just says go fight. And most of the time, it's like even after they've like somewhat dominated them, they're just like, no, we got to retreat now. It's retreat time, right? Like. So there's definitely some underlying thing with him, right? And even and I don't know if it's spoilers or not, but like I even up until current chapters, we don't actually know what's going on. So even I'm in the dark. I can't spoil it for you because I don't know, right? I can't spoil it for you because
also Samuel, I see your last comment. It doesn't show up on the YouTube.
Yeah, it shows up on the live chat. It shows up on live chat, so I see it. Yeah, the girl boner truly can't be stopped. But so yes, I think that it's interesting how Utena gets the power up, right? This idea that she's getting defeated, right? And she's getting, she gets captured / dominated by Lord, and Lord is doing the whole childish villainous big big adult whatever, but she's actually acting like a chinibyo, right? And Utena is just like bored. She's just like, this is so fucking boring. She's like, oh, this is so boring, Adele. How can I make this interesting? And then she's like, wait, she's acting like a child. Wait a minute. She's like, wait a minute. And it's almost like, those moments where like you'll see something happen and you have like a lewd thought, right? Like something completely innocuous, or like you have that it's like the intrusive thoughts win, right? The intrusive thought won, and suddenly because the intrusive thought won, and she imagined, okay, I'm gonna do that, and then suddenly she gets a massive power up from that, right? And it feels like, you remember we've talked about before, like perhaps the power level is based on how true to your desires you are, right? How powerful is your desire? How true are you to yourself, right? Your inner, like, dark, well, I guess, not dark, but lewd, I guess, in this case, right? Desires, right? That indicates how strong you are. And we also find out that a lot of Lord's power was given to her by the mascot character, whereas the other characters are actually like their strength is their own, right? And that's why Utena was able to overpower Lord so strongly, is because obviously the mascot character removed all of her power levels, right?
Or what just ran out, either or
it just ran out, or however. I view it as Lord was never true to herself. This is the way I view it, right? She wasn't true to herself. Her power was given to her by the mascot character for whatever nefarious reasons that he has to do that, right? And using her to do things, right? And then obviously when she outlived her usefulness, he removes that power. And because she was already not true to herself, her natural state is weak, right? She's got weak power level because of that, right? And that's kind of how I sort of view it, in a sense, is like, so Utena is very much more in tune with her inner desires and her inner self than what Lord was, and that's how she was able to overpower and spank the shit out of it. So there's definitely some interesting questions left. What has happened to Lord, right?
Yeah.
Because obviously Giantess showed up and something obviously happened there. Is she dead? Is she not dead? I'm going to leave that up in the air for now. We'll see what happens if we get a second season. We'll see what happens.
Not that.
Yeah. We'll see, Ellie. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
We see her corpse in the second season, you say?
Yeah, we see her corpse. We see like we get the gore episode, right? We get the episode about gore across the ground. You get to see the blood stain where the goddess lady crushed her with her boobs, or something. But no. So there's definitely some interesting developments and some interesting questions. And I'm hoping that the next 2 episodes we get, obviously the love hotel gets constructed in the the fantasy area. And then we also get to see kind of what the magical girls have been up to, right? We get to see what Azira's been up to. We get to see her power, right?
I expect kind of one... Alright, so storytelling-wise, I've been often wrong, so don't trust me on this. I expect one calming down episode, kinda.
Yeah.
And then one other episode with some big conflict, and then a sort of semi-cliffhanger for the
finale.
And the fight continues.
That's what I'm thinking too. I think because based on where we are manga-wise in terms of what's been covered, that's where I think we're going to end. And I've got a pretty good idea of where we're going to end. Hopefully, because I hope it ends there. Because I think it would be a really good place to end it. Because it does leave it open to a second season if we get one, right? And I hope we do. I really hope we do. I've been enjoying not only watching it but talking about it on the cast. It's been really good. It's been really fun.
Well, I kind of expect in the second season, because there are ASMRs from Kadokawa itself.
They're pushing it real hard. Yeah, the advertising's been real big.
Plenty of Twitter interactions with fan art and
there's been merch, and there's been like events that have been happening in Japan around it. So yeah, it's been getting pushed quite hard. It's very popular,
and people like it. So
yeah. How many chapters were covered per episode? I don't know. I would have to go back and look.
Usually it's like 2 to 4.
2 to 4. Yeah, I'd have to go back and like reread it to think.
2 chapters
I've got
if it's slow, 4 episodes if they're kind of rushing and skipping things.
Yeah, well, and the other thing to consider is they've moved things around and they've like changed the order of events somewhat in some cases. So it's like it could be difficult to calculate it, right? Because but anyhow, it's very good as always. We will be coming back.
Let's finish with Peak.
Oh yeah, we're gonna finish with Peak, are we?
Yeah. Finish with Frieren.
So good, so good, Ellie. So good. So very good episode. It's very good. So we had our action last episode, right? We had our big fight, big animation, big. We've got to calm down. Calm it down. We're back into drama mode, Ellie.
Frieren is angry. Fern is angry.
Fern is angry. Yeah, Fern is. You got your elves mixed up. Racist. They all look the same. You race.
Hey. Fern isn't even an elf.
Oh shit! No, I'm doing a racist. I'm wrong. Damn it. Because God, they all have fucking F names. Why do they all have to have F names? I hate it. It triggers my... Fern is angry because staff, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, staff broken, in the fight. Frieren obviously doesn't get sentimental value, right? and
all that much.
doesn't
She does have
understand.
sentimental values because she cares for that.
She does, yeah,
She
because
cares
obviously
for
the
the
ring,
ring.
right? Yeah. So she does, but she doesn't, right? She does, but she doesn't, right?
Yeah.
But in the end, she comes around. She gets the staff repaired, right? Race the Stark continues. Yeah. So she gets it repaired, and I mean that was a pretty good. I mean, we got to see like a little bit of the because remember how I mentioned I wanted to see the reaction of the ice girl because she obviously failed, right? And then the other girl succeeded, right? So I was interested to see the conclusion of that, right? And we'll talk about that as we go through, right? But the little moment with the head pat was kind of cute. I thought that was kind of nice. We got to see like a little bit of the reaction from people that lost and people that didn't, right? We got a little bit of that,
we got
right?
Richter, who's kind of bitter, kind of semi-bitter.
He's having a bit of a sulk. He's having a bit of a sulk, right?
And Duncan is there to cheer him up to the best of his abilities.
In his own special way, yeah. So it was pretty good. And obviously the conclusion is that the staff gets repaired and Fear, they get each other. They understand. It's all goods, right?
And then apparently there's a problem because of Freeran. Freeran is cause of a big problem.
Too many people have passed. Yeah, too many people have made it to the final stage, and now we're gonna have to, big thing, right? Big problem, and then it gets solved very quickly.
I'll do it myself.
Why do I have to do everything myself? Yeah. And but I found it kind of funny how it was like. They go through all of this stuff in the dungeon, right? They go through everything, and then they go and see the other elf character, and they're just like, and she's just like, fail, fail
for good reasons, actually. I mean,
for good reasons, actually. Yeah, like when she explains it to the water girl, right? Like it's like, and because Fiorun even mentions it, like her instincts are really good, right? Her instincts are not wrong, right? She has good instincts. Right, she's going to pass and she's going to fail you.
Yeah.
And the actual reasons behind it will probably make a lot of sense, right? That it'll be quite spot on. So, so we get to see that with the water girl, and then we kind of just flip through a few people because we've got to get through the people. Right,
Siri won't care about them, so why would we spend more time on it? We already know the reason.
Yeah, we already know. Yeah. And then we get to Furin, and obviously they have a conversation, so it's a bit more. We get a bit more with that, right? And so that was a good impression. But then we get.
I wanted to mention one quick thing before that, because I have the reason why I included that backshot image.
Ah, yes.
Because Siri says, you humans. You're all kind of a disappointment. I'll never have a human disciple again. They're all kind of trash. They're not worth the time to have them. They're not worth my time to teach them. She says as she goes off.
As she goes off and teaches them.
and then Fern comes in and. And then she said, "Damn, Fern, forget everything I said. Be my student."
Yeah. I'm poaching you from Fear. I'm poaching you. You're mine now. Yeah, and then of course, Fear is like, no. No. I am Fearon's student, and obviously, like, we see the conversation between here and Fearon at the beginning, where she's like, no matter what you say, you've already passed, basically, right?
Yeah.
So it's very, very good, very good. I thought it was very good. A lot of people, because you have people that are only into things for action, right? And they're gonna care about, there's no action, it's boring, whatever. But I find like this whole character interaction type thing very interesting, how different characters interact with each other.
Go to the next episode, I'm kind of interested in because kind of Siri kind of failed the rational characters, or the characters that all got failed in the beginning were rational ones, because we have characters like Ubo and Weerbol. They are both really odd. Weerbol could say, "Oh damn, Ciri has a lot of mana, but I can restrain her. I can fight you. Doesn't matter how much money you have." So he might pass. Ubo might just be crazy and say, "Oh damn, she has a lot of money. Maybe I should kill you right now, real soon." Is that recognizing the difference in ability and therefore she feels, or is it, "Oh damn, she's crazy enough to succeed"? That's kind of
she's just autistic. Yeah. We'll see. I think there's some interesting stuff
and
there. Yeah.
Duncan.
So we'll see.
Duncan. Everybody says that Duncan will pass, and I kind of feel that he will. There's no.
Well, Dinkin is very similar to Farron in a sense, but like he's not actually like in it for like necessarily the same reasons as everyone else is, right?
Yeah, but
and heck, even Farron and Farron, they were only doing it because they need to go north, right? They can't go north unless they're
this
first
is
class
maybe
mage.
a little bit too meta, but Duncan's story really points towards him passing. Right? What is the story's benefit to him failing? He can't visit his, the graves. What's the point in failing him? He's not going to be a real part of the story. He's going to the grave and then go back. So I see him passing, on a storytelling in a story just because of the storytelling.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes, because we only have one episode left, and I don't think we've confirmed any more. So we'll see. I would be very shocked if we didn't get another season. I'm gonna be real. We're gonna get to the end credits, and it's gonna be like, "See you in the next fucking 50 episodes," right?
Yeah,
I would be very shocked.
They already have a comedy mini-series they do every other week.
Yeah,
have you seen
shocked.
the short comedy series, the 1 minute?
No, I haven't actually. I didn't actually know that.
Oh, it's just Freerun casting a silly spell, and it's a animation that is 2 minutes long.
Right.
It's a funny animation every 2 weeks.
Sounds fun. Yeah, it sounds fun. So yeah, it's definitely and to talk to Samu, right? Yeah. I reckon it's definitely worth a shot. It's a very interesting series. It's very, very fun.
I haven't watched To Your Eternity, but first episode is super duper sad. Don't be surprised if you have a swelling of tears.
What's Jake recommending to us? You guys plan on watching
Dun?
No, I don't know what that is. We could look into it, but I haven't.
I am watching that. I've seen
have you?
trailers, and it looks very very exciting, very fun.
Well, maybe when we talk, because we're gonna have to do a seasonal review at some point, aren't we? We're gonna have to talk.
The studio. I forgot the studio is something Science Saru, and it's kind of the studio.
Oh, we're sleeping. We're sleeping. Apparently,
no,
yeah, we're sleeping.
I am not.
I am.
Jake,
just
attack Nretsew.
Attack, yeah.
Or his bad opinion. He has bad opinions.
My bad opinions. Attack, yeah. I'm sleeping just like you should be, Jake. I'm staying up for 26 hours.
Hey, don't attack chat. That's mean.
I'm not attacking the chat.
Don't bully chat.
This is not bullying. This is playful banter. We're having playful banter right now. Okay, we're having playful banter. It's all good.
I would never attack chat for having bad opinions.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Well, yeah. We'll look into it. Because we're gonna have to do a seasonal review for next season at some point when it, once we're getting closer to the end of this season, right? We'll look at doing one. So that can be a stream for another day. So anyway, yeah. Do we have anything else? Are we good on anime? Because I don't really have much to talk about with Chain Soldier or anything, really.
No, and I haven't watched the latest episode of The Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic. I haven't kept up with Unwanted on that adventure either. So this is kind of
we're pretty much done. Yeah, I was near tapping out during solo leveling, but bruh, quick revive, man, got that quick revive. Well, good. It's a good thing that you did, because I guess we could talk about the news. I guess. Well. I have a manga to talk about, but I kind of want to do the news stories first, just to get them out of the way. Especially since Mandela Catalog was one of them, and Jake, I know that Jake mentioned in the chat,
Alright,
he is a fan
talk
of the
about
Mandela
Mandela
Catalog,
catalog. I have nothing to add.
a little bit. Yeah, okay. So the guy behind the Mandela Catalog, Alex Kushner, I believe his name is. Oh yeah, there's a scary face man on the screen. So he got in a bit of trouble recently because there was a document put out about him. A Google Doc was dropped where I haven't read the document personally yet, just because it seems like fucking drama. Oh, my boyfriend was mean to me, and I'm gonna make. Oh, here's all his dirty laundry, right? Like, gotta air all the dirty laundry. So he had a whole bunch of his dirty laundry spewing out all over Twitter, right? And it's big deal because apparently he was being inappropriate with people, and some of them may or may not have been minors. And well, I think the funniest thing to come out of it that I saw a screen cap of was supposedly the Mandela Catalog is fetish content, because if you know anything about the Jake's got the right point. Snooze, right? Another Twitter exposure, yeah, pretty much. But the funny part was because the Mandela Catalog is all about mimics and alternates and demons masquerading as people and causing them to commit suicide and all this kind of stuff, right? And apparently that may or may not be his fetish, and so I found that quite funny. And it's the main reason I'm bringing it up is just because I'm a fan of analog horror. I really like my analog horror, and it's news, so it's why the fuck not? Might as well talk about it, right? Even though it is somewhat dumb Twitter drama. The part of it that's really interesting and sad is I've never seen it this bad, because after the document dropped, a lot of people, because I don't believe he's made a statement yet. He's probably, I wouldn't be surprised if he's talking to lawyers, because he probably should. Because people have started just leaking shit. Like, they are posting zip files with, oh, here is all of the spoilers for the next one from his Patreon, and I worked on the Mandela Catalog, so I'm gonna, here's all my work that I did, my unpaid labor, Ali, that I worked for the Mandela Catalog. Here's all my stuff. Haha, fuck Alex, right? Fuck him. He's a bad man because Google Doc, right? I've never seen it this bad before, and I have a sneaky suspicion it's because he surrounded himself, because he got into some controversy a while ago where he was being one of those, oh, fiction affects reality, your fetishes are bad and cringe, and they are causing bad rape fetishes is bad, lolicon is bad, right? That kind of, like, those kinds of progressive stances, right? From a progressive angle. And so I believe he surrounded himself with those kind of wholesome Chungus type people that now that they've smelt his blood in the water, they are just fucking tearing into him like a shark rips into a dead whale, right? And on some level, I can't sympathize with him completely because of his stances, right? Because if you have those stances of, oh, your fetish is damaging society or whatever, right? And then all of a sudden it comes out, oh, you're doing somewhat questionable things, right? For your own fetish type stuff, right? I'm kind of like, I don't know how Sammy's right. Suddenly you don't feel so bad. Yeah, like that's kind of where I'm at. But at the same time, this whole culture of Twitter call out, oh, I'm going to post a Google Doc about him and ruin his entire series and his career because he, jaded lover or something, right? That's where I'm kind of like, I don't agree with that. I feel like stuff like that, I'm of the mind, should be done privately, right? You should handle that shit privately, right? If you need to report him to the cops or report him to the authorities or whatever because he's doing inappropriate things with people, he's being a bit of a creep, right? Or you need to I reckon a lot of these situations should be handled privately. They shouldn't be just like, I'm going to go to the court of public opinion to completely ruin this guy, right? So while I don't necessarily sympathize with him because I think he brought this on himself for surrounding himself with sharks, at the same time, it's like, I'm conflicted, Ellie. I'm conflicted, right? I'm kind of 50-50 on it, right? And I guess maybe I need to read the doc so I can get more context. And hey, maybe some of the stuff in the doc is like really, really bad and it justifies people reacting the way that they are about it, right? Because again, I didn't read it, all of it at least, right? So yeah, I don't think you have an opinion on it because again, it's Twitter drama and Twitter
Yeah.
doesn't exist.
Twitter
So that's
doesn't-
really
in
all
fact,
you're going to
does not
say, right? But
exist.
do you have, outside of it being Twitter drama and Twitter drama doesn't exist, do you have an opinion on this idea, right? The idea that perhaps these kind of things should be handled more privately and the court of public opinion shouldn't be used as necessarily a weapon to,
The thing
you
is,
know,
right, when
just
you,
destroy a man's career, basically, you know.
the thing is,
We'll
right,
talk.
Alright, Nretsew, you're asking for my opinion, so let me talk.
Yeah, sorry, I was just taking a drink.
Alright. The thing, right, is when you're dealing with a public figure, a big YouTube guy, dealing with it in private kind of is hard for the simple reason that the YouTube guy has way more leverage than you ever will have. So public is kind of the only thing you can do, and even then, the YouTube guy might just, you know, overpower you in the court of public opinion. Google Docs and Google Docs and having a lot of people with you is kind of the way to take down the abuser. You know, in any setting, even just in regular media, if you know, famous presenter or series maker, documentary maker, TV show producer guy is an abuser, just dealing it with it in private won't cut it, because he'll fire you, he'll demean you, he'll marginalize you. You have to go to the media, leak stuff, you know, hint at stuff,
Make a big stink, yeah.
make a big stink. So, this is kind of the natural way, maybe even the good way to handle this, to do this.
So I guess the question becomes, right? Because again, neither of us have actually read the doc, right? So neither of us actually know like the full, like I know some of the context behind it because I had someone explain it to me, right? But that's obviously secondhand, right? I'd have to read the doc myself. I have a thing where I don't actually like opening Google Docs outside of like private browser mode because I don't like how Google can track what docs you've fucking looked in, right? So I'm trying to find out a better way to do it, so I don't have to worry about that. So I tried to like. It's like 25 fucking pages. It's a 25-page fucking doc.
It's not that
and
much,
I'm just
many pages though. You just came with things.
But I'm lazy and I'd rather read manga. You know what I mean? Like,
Alright, but the rest of my point is,
do you want to read a 25-page fucking Twitter drama doc, Ellie?
Well, not Twitter drama, you know that.
Yeah, exactly.
Give me
exactly,
a 25-page document that I'm interested in, and I'll read it.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, but that's my point, right? That's my point, right? But getting back to it, like, so neither of us really know whether or not what he did was like,
yeah, but
like, does what the question that I'm asking is what he allegedly did justify such an extreme reaction as I've seen on Twitter with people leaking all of his stuff, you know, fuck Alex, fuck him, he's evil, blah, da, 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 da. Because I could understand, like, people not liking him because of his opinions on, you know, other things, right? That's fine, whatever. That's great, right? I don't agree with him on a lot of his opinions on other things, and that's you know, just how it is. But the question I have is, you know, is the punishment worthy of the crime, right?
So the thing is, right, I can't know.
Exactly.
So that makes it hard. I'm just relying. I'm just going more of a is releasing big docs, leaking stuff a good way of fighting back, or at least in this in this assumed case, right? And I say yes. I would say that releasing big Google Docs is kind of the thing to do in this kind of scenario to fight against a bigger public figure. I can't, if it's justified in this case, I can't say anything about it.
Yeah, yeah. So to kind of address the chat before we move on. So Samu says, disagrees completely. There has been 0 times that I can recall that and the internet took the YouTuber's side on a cancelling matter, unless you're like PewDiePie. So I kind of agree with that. I think another example would be, I think, what's his name? He was a guy that, is it Vine Source? I can't remember. It was like some guy, and there was like a doc dropped on him, and lawyers got involved. And as soon as the lawyers got involved, it turned out it was all bullshit, and people shut up about it really quickly, right? So I kind of I think
no,
there has been cases. I think there has been cases where the Google Doc has backfired, right, and it has been bullshit, and people have taken the side of the person being accused, right? I do agree with Samu that it's definitely tilted in one direction more. Like people have Vinny, Jake knows what I'm talking about. People have there's been this ideological mentality to believe all victims, right, regardless of if there's actual validity to the claim, right, or evidence to the claim. There's just this, and this is just a fact, right? It's ideological. Believe all victims is an ideological
So,
stance. You can't.
maybe to give some counter examples, right? It's not in our circles or even Twitter drama circles in that sense, but things like family channels where parents just abuse the children are.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Are big
that
cancelled,
too, yeah.
not per se by Google Docs in this sense, but
by the court of public opinion, yeah.
Yeah, in the court of public opinion, and people like DSP who just evidence on evidence and pages and on Kiwi Farms kind of deals. Every time he's being racist and offensive and begs for money and
jacking off on stream, yeah,
and all that stuff.
Jacking off on stream,
and DSP is still around, but he's not respected in any sense of the way, so he's being cancelled in that sense. So there are ways where the big YouTuber did get cancelled for valid reasons. So I'll say that DSP being cancelled is valid. By this point,
so I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm not saying that there aren't valid reasons. Again, we're just talking about. We're kind of having two different discussions, right? We're having a discussion about it in general and a discussion about it in this case specifically.
Yeah,
right?
I'm moving away
I would say in this case specifically, I would say I need more context, right? I need more information. But in terms of the overall topic, as you're saying, I would say that people are too quick to jump to conclusions without actually because here's the thing, right? I could come on here and I could go, fuck Alex Kushner. He's he's anti-fetish stuff. He's a fiction effects reality guy. He's an asshole. He went after people that made darker fiction. I could go over all of the stuff that I disagree with him on, and I could conclude, yeah, everything in the doc is 100% true, even though I haven't read it. You know what I mean? Like I could do that, right? I could do that, but I don't want to do that because I wouldn't want, someone that I liked, right? Let's say it was a YouTuber that I actually liked. I wouldn't want them to be treated like that, right? I would want to look at the evidence. I would want to say, hey, did this guy actually do something wrong? Does he have something to answer for? Is the reaction justified, right? So my problem is more, I think people are skipping the steps, right? They're going, oh, document dropped on him? Guess it's all true. Guess everything's true. We have to destroy his career, destroy his life, right? Without actually evaluating for themselves, hey, is it actually deserved? I guess.
Yeah, but I want to move on.
So would you? Yeah, let's move on. Yeah, because do you agree or disagree with that? Because I'm interested to know if there's.
Well, kinda, because I'm not opposed to public canceling campaigns in that sense, right? Because
it's not about being opposed to it. I'm asking more the question: do you think people jump the gun a bit? Sometimes
people jump the gun for. I mean, if you tell me that channel, that family YouTube channel, abuses their kids to put on, a good show on the YouTube, and say, oh yeah, that sounds perfectly reasonable. They're probably abusing their children. It kind of depends, right? And
Mm.
there are it's kind of both sidesism in a sense, I suppose, but there is always as much of a defense force for that kind of deal. So
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen anyone really defending Alex, but I'm gonna end on Jake's saying, the adage of trust but verify is slept on, and I'm a very trust but verify kind of guy. I like to, it's why I'm not gonna jump straight to the conclusion. I'm interested to see what his response is gonna be because he's apparently working on a response. So I want to kind of see like how this kind of plays out before I sort of solidify a proper opinion. But I wanted to bring it up because I think it's an interesting discussion, right? I
yeah.
think like is the act is the canceling idea justified, right? Is there some validity to it? And I kind of agree with you that I think in some cases that it is possibly a good tactic, but not a lot. Not a lot. It's probably yeah.
No, you rather
Yeah.
if it's a successful cancel, then it's over pretty quickly. So you only once it reaches a wider public, there's more back and
Right.
forth drama about
Well,
it.
shall we quickly talk about something that we can both kind of talk about now?
Yeah, sure.
Because we probably both have some takes on this, so we're gonna
Puritan payment processors at it again.
the myth of artistic freedom. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask, Ellie? Didn't you? You've forgotten to ask someone when talking about the current when you make a payment, didn't you've forgotten, right? You've forgotten to ask a certain person, right?
Yeah.
So for those who are not aware, oh boy, here comes Samu's already mad. So both Patreon and I believe this other site called Gumroad.
Gumroad.
Yeah, I think it's Gumroad. So I've got the tweets that are relevant to this here, so I can read them. You don't have to bring them up; I'll just read them. So we'll start with Gumroad because I think that's the easiest one to talk about. So they are essentially just banning sexual content outright on their
tomorrow
service.
or today, right now.
So yeah, today or tomorrow, right?
They announced it yesterday.
Depending on
that it would happen today.
Yeah. So the and they've directly stated, so I'm reading the thing now, adult content on Gumroad in accordance with the policies of our payment processing partners, including Stripe and PayPal, we will not allow the sales of sexually explicit content. What is sexually explicit? So, sexually explicit content is media that is created for the primary purpose of sexual gratification, fetish content, media with characters depicted in sexual situations, or content that is clearly produced for titillation. If your products can be understood as being primarily for the sexual purposes, then they are not eligible to be sold on Gumroad. To be clear, this includes all types of media: photography, videos, animations, illustrations, written media, audiobooks, and yada 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 yada. So pretty much a flat. They're pulling a Tumblr basically,
Yeah.
and saying, yeah, no, fuck you, fuck you, and so this has caused a massive stink because Gumroad, I've never used it personally, but I know a lot of artists use it because the way that it worked was you could. So let's say you're on Patreon, right? Which we're going to talk about in a minute too. But let's say you're on Patreon and you have like, you know how artists will sometimes have like, they release, releases during the month, right? Hey, here's all the PSD files. Here's like the high res versions of the artwork or whatever. You can pack those into like a pack and then put them on Gumroad for like $15 and say, hey, if you missed this month's rewards or whatever, or you don't want to sub to me on Patreon, you can just flat buy all of my work on Gumroad, right? As like a pack, and you can buy it. And you could select how much you pay. So like you could pay more than $15 if you want to support the artist more, so and so and so and so. So it was actually a really good service for artists. And I knew a lot of NSFW artists that made heavy use of Gumroad as part of how they made their money. So it's actually quite a big blow for them. And a lot of them, they've done something kind of stupid. A lot of them, where they put all of their stuff on sale yesterday, And obviously, a lot of people have been buying them to try and support the artist, but that's also had the effect of Gumroad making a shitload of money, which is kind of disgusting.
The thing
Because
is, right,
Gumroad put out a tweet 10 hours ago bragging about how they made close to $1 million yesterday from people buying artists that are no longer going to be on the platform anymore, right? Because they're basically just saying, look, here's a heavy discount on all of my work, buy my work before it's off the platform, right? And so the idea of them bragging about how much money they're making off banning NSFW artworks, I think is quite disgusting, honestly. I think that's kind of
yeah, but the tweet
behavior.
was just, we made so much money in this month.
Yeah, but you can put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, but there wasn't like, I believe you said before the stream, it might just be an automatic.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't this month. It was yesterday. It was the day that they announced the ban. So they're bragging about how much they made after they announced the ban.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like,
it's a weird, it's a tweet with nothing in it besides money.
We made close to $1 million. Yeah. So I still think it's a bit. I think it shows a disrespect for the artists.
Yeah, you should,
honestly.
be quiet for 3 days.
Yeah, you should shut up. Yeah. So do you have before we move to Patreon? Do you have an opinion on the Gumroad situation?
Gumroad. Besides that, they are forced to do this in a sense, right? I can't imagine that they planned for this. They've
allowed NSFW for years at this point.
Yeah, so
and I recall they probably had their own rules around, hey, you can't do
this
Wally
and
or
that
whatever, right?
whatnot.
This and that, right? Which Patreon has also done, right? And I agree, yeah, and at the end of the day, they did specifically say it's
because
Patreon, it's because
and
of Stripe and PayPal, and PayPal and Stripe has been a major thorn in everyone's side for a long time because of that. But the thing is, the buck doesn't just stop at PayPal and Stripe; it stops at MasterCard and Visa. It stops at the banks, right? It's almost the meme of, hey, just make your own bank, right? No, make your own website. Well, you can't do that. No, make your own payment processor. No, you can't do that. Oh, make your own bank. Oh, you can't do that. You know what I mean, right? So
yeah, I wanted to mention this somewhere, so I'll mention it here. Even in our prostitute are totally legal nation of the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Prostitutes couldn't get a insurance for a while. Because they were also high risk because for the banks, and I assume kind of that only because of pressure from the United States kind of insurance.
Yeah, maybe.
Payment processors kind of deal. But recently, the news was that like 2 or 3 months ago, or maybe longer ago, doesn't matter, that they got a deal. One of the banks will get them insurance. So now they can have regular insurance for regular stuff and regular business loans and all that kind of deal.
Fucking fantastic. Good news.
Yeah.
I love good news. Good news with the bad news. Good news with the bad news, right?
So
because listen. I hear a lot of talk about sex work being real work, Ellie. I hear that's said a lot by a lot of people, right? But then suddenly
you can't get a bank account if you do.
You can't get a bank account. You can't fucking use normal channels to make your money, right? And OnlyFans is perfectly acceptable, right? You're allowed to do OnlyFans, but it's God forbid you try and draw anime titty, right?
Or make an actual business out of it. OnlyFans is a gig economy
God
thing.
forbid. So that's the Gumroad thing. So let's shift gears into Patreon, right? So an artist that I'm somewhat familiar with, I've talked with them once in a blue moon because I share a server with them. Yeogui, put a post out where they actually posted a email exchange they had with someone at Patreon, because Patreon is also changing its rules around what sexual content is going to be allowed on Patreon, specifically trying to crack down on non-consensual content, right? So things like rape and BDSM and, implied consensual non-consent, right? Yugui is very well known for having a little sticker on their artwork that has the little character saying, "I consent." And part of that, I remember I don't want to quote them on this because it was a long time ago, but I remember them talking about this in the server that we share, where they did that half as a joke and half to get around restrictions. Like, it was a thing they put in specifically because people were like, anime characters could consent. And so they were like, okay, well, all of my anime characters consent. So what are you going to do? And then the funny part that happened around that was apparently people started actually like supporting them on Patreon because of the consent sticker, because they were like, wow, someone actually cares about consent in the anime artwork. And so Yugui was like, all right, I guess I'll keep doing it then because you're paying me money to do it. Right? So yeah, Yugui is well known for that, which makes it an interesting why they emailed Patreon to be like, hey, is my work going to be considered non-consensual now, even though all of my characters consent, right? So I'm going to read the entire the entire email exchange here, right? So this was Yui sending this is Yui's email to Patreon. So
yeah, keep it
to
the pertinent.
I will go yada 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 if I have to. Okay, so to whom it may concern, I have been using Patreon since 2018, initially as my main source of income. After a few account suspensions, I moved away because I felt alienated and unable to comply with the back then seemingly arbitrary ways that the community guidelines were interpreted by the moderation staff. However, as you probably know, Patreon's biggest is the biggest crowdfunding site, and my income has taken a large loss since I had to stop putting my artwork there. I would like to do this again, however, in ways that avoid me being suspended again. In the past, your staff have argued that the art that I create features underage characters, which has never been true, by the way, as I state in all of my disclaimers, but it's difficult to argue against when someone accuses you of this, as well as the lack of consent. The latter I've taken very seriously, and as I am active in the BDSM scene myself, and do think that consent is the most important thing there is. Because of this, I recently started adding consent stickers to show that the characters that I draw are consenting to the images that they are in. I would like you to take a look at these and tell me if this fits your interpretation of consensual intercourse. And then they post a link to examples, right? So and so and so and so. I would like to blah, 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 right? Now, this is where it gets interesting, right? This is Patreon's response, right? So Patreon's response is, I took a look at your Twitter page, and I wanted to let you know that some of the content contains consensual elements that place contrasting elements that place some of the consent in content in violation of our guidelines. I'm happy to provide more guidance. Along with although all the characters appear to be adults, some of the characters are young looking, even though they are unmistakably perceived as adults. Here are some examples, and they post 2 Twitter links.
Yeah.
For contrast, here is an example of your content that depicts characters that are more physically aligned with a clear adult. So this is very much, hey, all anime are children, right? All anime, it doesn't matter, right? So it's interesting how, it doesn't matter if you show the ID of a character with an 18+, they're still going to call it a child, right? Good job, Patreon. That being said, I also wanted to address your concerns around consent. Now, this is where it gets spicy, right? I noticed that you include disclaimers in several sections of your page stating that all the characters are consenting adults, which is definitely a step in the right direction. Yeah, thanks, Hall Monitor, right? However, please keep in mind that if we notice any visual elements in the content that contradict this disclaimer, such as the presence of significant signs of restraint and distress, consent might become unclear or extent, non-existent, basically.
Yeah.
And this could place the content in violation. And then they post some examples. Both examples I linked above. Now, this is great. This is fucking great. Both examples I linked above display tears and signs of distress. And although one of them contains a speech bubble stating, I consent, this contradicts the amount of non-consensual elements in the content, placing it still in violation of our guidelines. For contrast, here is an example taken from your content with similar themes, but where consent is much clearer since the character is still restrained. Although the character is still restrained, facial expressions, body language, and heart and speech bubbles all support the fact that this is a consensual scenario. Hope this helps. Since none of your Twitter content is currently linked to Patreon, no action will be taken on your Patreon. So I guess if you cry from joy of having an orgasm, Ellie, you've been raped.
Oh,
That's
no.
that's my takeaway.
But you saw
no.
the Twitter arts that Patreon had commented on, or
You would have to
type in.
I have it. The links are not like, obviously it's a screenshot of the exchange. So, but the links are there if you want to type out all the numbers and have a look. The links to the artworks that Patreon referenced are in the email, but you would have to type out all the numbers, right? So, yeah, Patreon, the great arbiters of whether or not something is consensual or not, have decided.
This is all Puritan payment processors, right?
Well, okay, here's my problem here, right? Is it would be one thing if Patreon flat out said that, right? Like Gumroad did. This isn't like Patreon is saying that, like Patreon, the guy that responded in the email to me comes off as a little bit condescending and a little bit like, hey, like I reviewed your work and I'm sorry to tell you that this character is crying and looks like they're in pain and distress. That's like not allowed. I'm sorry,
yeah, but you do that on behalf of, you have standards, and those standards come from. That's kind of
somewhere, yeah. Well, I get your argument, but my problem is Patreon seems more than happy to be butt broken. Is my problem,
yeah,
right?
but
because with Gumroad, right? No, with Gumroad, you could make the argument outside of the tweet where they're celebrating how much money they made, right? You could make the argument that because it's a more neutral post, you could say, yeah, it's they're being forced by MasterCard or whatever, right? That's fine. With Patreon, that person in that email sounded almost fucking happy.
Yeah, but haven't you? Did you forget that Patreon had been banning porn for a while now?
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying this is new.
All right. So
I'm not saying this is new at all. We both have shat on Patreon a lot. Right? We both. But
the thing is,
like,
right,
this isn't new, right? I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that the way the email comes off to me is like this, right? And it's obviously not anything new, but it is definitely indicative, I believe, of the company culture and the type of people that are employed. When you have them, like, it didn't even sound like the person was sympathetic at all.
No, this is what I would say call internalized Puritanism. Right,
Ali, we call it being buck broken.
All right,
they are buck. The hot new Zoomer. No, I'm using Zoomer speakers. The hot new Zoomer. You're buck broken. Okay, they're getting buck broken. They're bucks that have been broken by the system, and so they have internalized
basically the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I'm just memeing, Ali.
Because Patreon already had for a while now that they restricted porn more and more, and it was I even remember that a while back Patreon almost lost its payment processor providers like MasterCard.
That was like some years ago, I think. And but I agree with you that there has been a number of the way I see it, right? Because there's been different waves, right? There was one that went after like hypnosis content a while ago.
Yeah.
That no one really talked about that, but I saw it happen, right? Because I saw people on my feed talk about it. So there was like a big wave where anyone that was doing like hypnosis content was basically put under the firing line. Because it comes back to consent, right? Because hypnosis content has a dubious level of consent in it sometimes, right? So because takes away someone's ability to consent. And then I believe there was some furry stuff that got yeeted as well that was talked about a while ago. There was like a big purge of furry accounts at one
Maybe
point.
some
There was a big-
bestiality, consent, animals.
Yeah,
can
yeah,
you-
there was, but it was targeting more normal furry stuff, thinking it was bestiality. That's why people were the furries were mad, right? So yes, it's true that obvious. So the way I see, I'm going to put my Alex Jones hat on now. Are you ready? Are you ready for my conspiracy theory? Patreon wants to ban porn, right? I think not just because of the payment processes. I think they just want to ban porn, but they can't, and they can't because it makes them too much money, right? So instead, they are pushing people to basically leave on their. They're basically trying to give people the hint, right? Because they don't want to outright ban it and have all of them leave at once, right? And cause a massive dip in the profit margins. They want to slowly push people out so that new people can come in and replace the people that got pushed out. So that's not such a shock. And also a PR disaster, right? Because obviously, if you look at what the response to Gumroad, right? That's been a bit of a PR disaster for them, right? And people have been memeing about the CEO saying they wanted $1 million company, and the tweet that came out about them celebrating. It's been a PR disaster for them, right?
Yeah, so Nretsew,
Patreon doesn't want the. Well, let me finish, and then I'll let you finish, right?
Yeah.
Patreon doesn't want the PR disaster, and they don't want to they don't want to cause like a giant dip on the stock price or whatever because they had like 1 million fucking accounts leave, right? So instead, they do these like slowly tightening the belt, right? Slowly, this isn't allowed, and now this isn't allowed, and now this isn't allowed, and eventually they're going to slowly start to phase it out completely. That's what I think's going on personally. So what do you think about that? Do you agree, or do you have your own conspiracy theory?
Let's see. You finished slightly earlier than I expected. La, 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 la.
Oh yeah, you're looking up stuff. You're doing some cooking. All right, while you cook, I'm going to look at the chat. So yeah, so yeah, that was talking about Gumroad. Yep, Gumroad. I'm so glad. Yeah. Sammy's right. Oh, I'm so glad they consent. Girl looks like she's in pain and wants to stop. Yeah. Yeah. Safe horny kick. Yeah, there's definitely a bit of that coming in. Yeah, and Patreon also. Yeah, they'll fucking ban you if you link to stuff. I'll let you go in a minute, but I want to respond to what Jake just said. Oh, Patreon's not public? Oh, okay. Well, then, no. I mean, I guess you could still argue they don't want to have a giant dip in profits, I guess, right away. They want to soften the blow, right? But I wanted to respond to the, where was it? I just had it. It was, policing. Yeah, Patreon will ban you if you link to stuff off-site. I think they're a little bit more lax on it now than they used to be. They used to be like, even if you didn't link it to Patreon, like, basically, if you link to Patreon, and that link will go to stuff off Patreon that breaks their rules, they'll yeet you, right? Or something like that. Like it's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. But anyway, have you found what you're looking for, Ellie?
I found something, right? Because I heard
I
heard some stuff about Patreon before. So my conspiracy theory. Your conspiracy theory is they want to ban porn.
So we're in agreement.
No. Your conspiracy theory is they want to ban porn slowly and not, get massive drop in publicity for it.
And profits. And profits.
My conspiracy theory is that Patreon is kind of in trouble. Because it's one of those Silicon Valley venture capitalistic big money pumped into things. They didn't make its money back thus far. Because you see, it's as in 2021 of April, before COVID, it had an evaluation of $4 billion. And those $4 billion are, of course, partly evaluated by how much money it got from other people. Because that's how you get an evaluation. Then, right after COVID, it dropped to $1.5 billion. more than half, 70% lost of its evaluation. Oh no. And Patreon has never made money. This is my guess. It's kind of a safe of assumption. No, none of these big media sites make money. So, but having porn on your platform is a very bad thing to have. Nobody wants to buy that.
Big risk. Big Puritans hate it.
They hate it.
Yeah.
They absolutely hate it. So, meanwhile, separate from this, payment processors are being very annoying. So, this is not as much about banning porn because they hate porn themselves. This is because payment processors don't like. Payment processors hate porn. And if you want to sell then a company that has issues with payment processors, that's a bad sale. That's a bit buying a house with leaky pipes.
Yes.
I
see where you're going.
You fix those pipes. Patreon is kind of in the same way, but for different motivation. Is kind of just fixing all the pipes. Fixing in quotes, of course, because fixing here is just banning anything sexual. So that the payment providers are happy that the site is clean. Then the site can get sold and the owner can get billions of dollars for the sale and be gone forever. This is my conspiracy theory.
Okay, interesting. So let me have a look at what's chat saying. So to make their money back, they ban the ways for them to make money. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I never said it makes sense. I said just
yeah. Ellie's not. Ellie's not agree. None of us are agreeing with it, but we're just saying we're trying to come up with like conspiracy-brained reasons behind what's going on. Basically, Patreon I think makes money by making itself a one-way content host platform, completely open. To have the URL plastered off platform, but they'll flag you for linking to their offsite that supports out. Yeah. So the TLDR is fuck the banks, fuck the payment process.
Well, the banks are often not that bothered by having prostitutes and porn or whatever.
I guess it depends on the country. I guess.
All right. Yes. At least
the laws. Well, let's just leave it. We'll leave it at fuck payment processes.
Yeah, those are always
Visa.
the bad ones. So.
Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. So anyway, do you want to show off what you've been working on? Your fancy thing. So we're going to talk about something fun before we end the show. Something fun, okay? Because I want to talk about a manga, right? I want to talk about a manga, and me and Ellie have been working on a fun new format for talking about books and manga and I've been doing some fancy stuff with Clip Studio Paint, and Ellie has been doing some fancy stuff with his side of things. We have been doing a what's the fusion dance in Dragon Ball. We've been combining our brain cells, and hey. What did everyone think of that? Was that pretty cool? Was that fun? Did you like that? That was good. So, a manga that I've been reading and that I want to talk about, it's a relatively new one that came out that has been getting translated, is I'm going to bring it up on the old manga deck so I can actually read the fucking title properly.
The Nursery Travel Report by an Immortal Girl.
Yes.
I can read the title on the screen.
Yes. So the basic premise of this manga is you have the main character here, who is pictured as the silver-haired girl, right? The mage girl. She is studying at the Magic University, right? And she's like, man, I'm so bored. This is so boring. She's super OP. She's big, good grades, big magic, big girl, right?
She's big into power.
Yeah, overpowered, right? She's big girl, but she's a Naro girl. Yeah, she's a Naro girl, but she's bored, right? She's super bored. But then this other girl is like, hey, would you like to have a look at the secret section of the library, Ellie? Would you like to go and have a look? And so she's like, ooh, okay. And so she goes into the secret section of the library, and you'd expect her to find like dark summoning rituals, black magic, blood magic, devil demons, but she opens up the first book she opens up is it's like what's the bestiary, right? All about all of these monsters and how they reproduce. And she suddenly she gets that that tingle down there, she gets the tingles, Ellie, she gets the tingles, right? And she's like, ooh. And so she starts reading all of these books about all of these creatures and all of these stuff, and she starts to get an idea. She starts to get an idea, Ellie. She goes, I'm gonna become a non-human breeding stock. And the reaction of the other girl is shown in the bottom panel, because I put both of those together because they work, because that's basically how it went in the actual manga. And so she formulates her plan, Ellie. She's formulating her plan because she needs two things. She needs a body that doesn't age, and she needs a body that's basically invincible. So she spends most of her free time at the Magic University while she's studying, working on a spell that will turn her immortal, basically, so that she can go out and fulfill her hedonistic fantasies, let's just say, right? And after many years of study and doing the things, she graduates from university. She finally achieves her goal, and she now has the perfect body for being a breeding stock. And so she sets out on her quest to go and copulate with all of the magical creatures of the realm. And that is the story of this manga, and it's fucking great. It's fucking great. So I like it because it's both. It's got a little bit of humor in it, but it does play it kind of straight, right? It's played it as like, yeah, this is she's very weird, and obviously like the other girl, right? As you can see, she's like, bitch, what the fuck? She's like, when she says it. But the artwork is what really sold it for me. The artist, what's their name? Fujian is what they're credited as on Manga Dex. It's their only. They've got a Pixiv and a Twitter, but this is like the only manga on Manga Dex they're working on. But they've got a Pixiv, and the artwork on Pixiv is actually not as good as the stuff in the manga. They're putting out their A game for the manga. But it's very good art. Very well done art. And so it's becoming kind of like an episodic type thing where each kind of chapter, or over the course of 2 or 3 chapters, she'll encounter, oh, this is the slimes, and this is the tentacle monster, and this is the wasps, and this is, and so it's going to go through, I believe, each and every single one of them. And as it goes on, I think we're going to be introduced to new characters that might join her on her travels, right? So we'll have some other interaction going on. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about it because I thought it was quite good. I thought I'd give a recommendation. This is the White Woman manga, 5-0. Yes, it is the White Woman manga. I figured I'd give it a recommendation because I don't get to talk about what I've been reading often. So I thought, fuck it, let's let's do it, right? Let's have a fun time talking about it. So what do you think? Are you intrigued?
This reminds me of an Arrow manga series.
Yes, there is an Arrow manga series with a very similar premise as well. I don't remember the name, but I have read some of it. I believe
typed it in the chat.
Yes, it is I believe the main character is like an elf or something.
She's an elf.
In that one.
She is way overpowered with 1 billion spells, and she casts 1 billion spells before every time she goes up to a troll that is
to whatever
5 times her size.
It's got a big,
all kinds of buff to resist and everything. And it's fun. It's a kind of a fun.
She could have just played breeding simulators for RGB Crystal Ball. Oh, that's great, Jake. But yeah, no. So it's not like it's a original premise, right? Like it's definitely like it's something we've seen before, right? Let's be real. Especially within Aero Dojins, right? It's definitely there's been like I believe there's a famous series that's kind of like bestiary type thing where it goes through different monsters, and there's like anthology series about, you know, with different artists contributing different stories about different creatures and stuff. So it's not like it's original, but I feel like the combination of the writing and the art being quite attractive and quite nice kind of elevates it and makes it kind of worth talking about and sort of, you know, advertising. So yes, so that's the first manga I'm going to introduce you boys to. But I'm going to probably make a few of these up for some other mangas as we go. Like, I'm not going to be talking about every chapter when it comes out. This is going to be more for like, hey, I found it's like Ellie. Hey, I found this cool thing on the street.
Hey.
Let's talk about, you know, that's going to be what this section of the stream's going to be for. It's going to be like, hey, we, you know,
likely
maybe
will be
next
mostly
time.
Nretsew, because Nretsew actually reads more manga than I do.
Yeah, Ellie doesn't like. I read manga typically when it comes out. Like, as soon as it comes out, I'll read a manga. I'll read the chapters as they get translated, right?
And every
Whereas-
year or so, I'll read 500 chapters in a weekend, and then
Yeah.
next time.
But hey, maybe through me talking about them, you'll find some new ones to add to your list, right? You'll add some new fun ones, because I do have a few other ones that I can talk about. Like, I got Dark Summoner is on here. I got to gonna read that today, actually. I could talk about Redo, even though I've talked about Redo extensively.
Yeah,
I
you
could
know what
maybe
the
make
problem
one.
is, right? My manga site readers get closed, you know, get taken down, and then I lose my collection that I've been reading. Then
You gotta get on that Dex, bro. You gotta get on that
yeah,
Dex.
but that's, even if manga deck survives, won't survive forever, and then I'll have to keep track of that list again. It's kind of a pain. So I haven't, you know, years ago I actually kept up on manga, but since manga sites went down every now and again, and my collection of what I've been reading disappears, then you know, not keeping track anymore, not having a routine of reading it. You know how it goes.
I do know how it goes, yeah. But anywho, yeah. So this is going to be a new section that we might do. Maybe I'll do a different one next week. You know, I'll do a different series. I'll make a quick little thing like this up again and send it to Ellie, and then he can add it as a page to the animation. It'll be quite fun. So yeah. I don't know if there's anything else you want to talk about.
No.
We're at the end of the stream now. Yeah, it's been good. It's been a long one too. We've had a fun time. So yeah, we'll be coming back, I guess, same time next week. For everyone, be sure to like and subscribe. We will be checking, and if you are not subscribed, you will be bullied. We will bully you if you do not subscribe. Okay, you better subscribe. All right, come on. So yeah, I guess that'll be the end of it. Then we'll see you guys next week.
Later. Second, if
Bye.
I'm going to the scene.
Ellie's gonna find his button. He's gonna find his button.
Transition.